Blissful Bookshelf. Chapter 313. Not far away from Hidong, Soaring stood there, and her pretty face went pale from fright as well. Her heartbeat slightly sped up. Junior sister has really found an extraordinary man. He actually really killed Shi Hao. Another miracle. No. Impossible. Impossible. The Migres Peak Outer Court elder, Zhao Lin, had now recovered from his shock as well, and as he glanced at Shi Hao's corpse that lay on the first combat ring, he ceaselessly shook his head, unwilling to believe that all this was true. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian, who should have died at Shi Hao's hands, had actually made a strong counterattack and killed Shi Hao instead. Traces of unwillingness arose within his heart. He didn't care about Shi Hao's life or death. But now that Shi Hao was dead, it also meant that everything he did this time was only useless. He had failed at the last step. Duan Lingtian. I've still underestimated you. After a short moment, Zhao Lin caught his breath, and his pair of fierce eyes were suffused with frightening cold lights as they descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's strength had exceeded his expectations. No. I didn't underestimate you, I underestimated the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Now, the yearning in Zhao Lin's heart towards the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll had almost reached the point of qi deviation. Duan Lingtian stood on the first combat ring and seemed to have noticed something, his brows slightly raised, and with a glance, he looked towards the distant Zhao Lin. The frenzied yearning in Zhao Lin's eyes caused Duan Lingtian's heart to jerk. Duan Lingtian's face sank. This Zhao Lin seems to have not given up. After heaving a sigh of relief, Duan Lingtian withdrew his gaze from Zhao Lin, then his figure flashed out as if transforming into a spirit serpent, leaving the first combat ring. Meanwhile, the crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples on Mizar platform reacted to what had happened. Duan Lingtian's strength is too terrifying. The number 1 disciple in our 7-star sword sect's outer court was so easily killed by him. Now that Shi Hao is dead, the title of number 1 disciple of the outer court will change hands. If Duan Lingtian is able to seize the first place in the outer court martial competition today, then he would be the well-deserved number 1 disciple in the outer court. I'm looking forward to it. The gazes of the numerous 7-star sword sect outer court disciples descended onto Duan Lingtian, and their gazes were filled with burning anticipation. At this time, Duan Lingtian returned to the center of the arena. Not bad. The peak master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan, looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly smiled. Duan Lingtian returned a smile and returned to Soaring's side. Duan Lingtian, how did you see through Shi Hao's 99 sword technique? Hidong took a few steps forward and stood beside Duan Lingtian. He raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. Soaring looked curiously at Duan Lingtian as well. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and said in a light voice, Shi Hao can only blame himself for being unlucky. His sword skill is extremely brilliant, and it's difficult for an ordinary person to see through it. But unfortunately, I've studied inscriptions for a period of time with an inscription master, and I know how to utilize spiritual force. My spiritual force extended out and easily broke through his sword skill. Hiss. Hidong gasped, and his face was filled with shock. You possess such a cultivation at such an age. I originally thought that you were wholeheartedly devoted to cultivation. You actually studied the inscription patterns? What a martial artist feared the most when cultivating was to be distracted. Blissful Bookshelf. Even Hidong himself, although he had a decent natural talent in weapons crafting, he didn't study weapons crafting and become a weapons crafting master, because his ambition wasn't in the Tao of weapons crafting. So, he gave up his decent natural talent in weapons crafting and wholeheartedly devoted himself to cultivating in the martial Tao. I only studied it for a few days. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. But, Hidong naturally wouldn't not believe what Duan Lingtian said now. Now that Duan Lingtian was able to utilize spiritual force, it could be imagined that Duan Lingtian's attainments in the Tao of inscriptions would surely not be low. Although Soaring didn't speak, a tempestuous storm still arose in her heart. At this moment, a trace of envy couldn't help but arise in her heart. She envied her junior sister for finding such a good husband. He Dong's eyes flickered as he sighed with emotion. Shi Hao was able to become the #1 disciple in the outer court and was able to surpass me, Zhuo Qing, and Hu Shuifeng by relying on his high-grade profound rank sword skill, 9-9 sword technique. Today, he lost at your hands, and his loss wasn't unjust. Actually, in He Dong's heart, what he was most curious about was what method Duan Lingtian used to kill Shi Hao. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian's method had overturned his past understanding of strength. In the past, in his eyes, so long as one's strength was strong enough, it was sufficient to crush everything. But today, he witnessed with his own eyes how Duan Lingtian used the strength of 101 ancient mammoths to kill Shi Hao, who displayed the strength of 127 ancient mammoths. Only now did he understand that strength didn't represent everything. In the past, he was only a frog at the bottom of a well. But He Dong didn't know. Now, not only him, even the Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, and the 10 Mizar Peak outer court elders present had similar feelings as He Dong. Of course, even though He Dong was curious about Duan Lingtian's method, he also yearned to investigate in depth. But he didn't open his mouth to ask. Because he knew what he should ask, and what he shouldn't ask. Duan Lingtian's method was obviously a method that surpassed martial skills and strength. This kind of method was the greatest trump card for anyone. It was impossible to easily reveal to others. Hu Shuifeng stood in the distance with an incomparably gloomy expression. Never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually kill Shi Hao. This was something that he'd never thought of before. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian would surely die if he went against Shi Hao. But the outcome had exceeded his expectations. Duan Lingtian had killed Shi Hao instead. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit that even if it was him, it was impossible for him to kill Shi Hao so straightforwardly. Damn it! How the hell did he do it? Hu Shuifeng noticed that when he faced Duan Lingtian now, traces of fear and terror actually faintly arose in the depths of his heart. This caused him to feel incomparably ashamed and resentful. A kid that was a little over 20 had actually caused him to involuntarily have such feelings, damn it. Alright, the challenges continue. In next to no time, Zheng Fan spoke out once more and announced that the outer court martial competition would continue. The following challenges proceeded like a raging fire, but all the challengers had reached a common tacit understanding, and no one dared challenge Duan Lingtian by name. What a joke! Duan Lingtian had just killed the #1 disciple in the outer court, Shi Hao. Although they were conceited, they weren't conceited to the point of thinking that they were stronger than Shi Hao. Moreover, they'd clearly seen the battle from before, from the beginning until the end, that Shi Hao didn't even have the chance to admit defeat before being killed by Duan Lingtian. So long as they recalled the scene from before, they couldn't help but shudder. Duan Lingtian's methods were truly too strange. Along with the challengers issuing challenges to the outer court disciples that were temporarily ranked in the top 10, the top 10 people of the second round of the outer court martial competition were finally confirmed. The 10 people that included Duan Lingtian, Zhuo Qing, He Dong, and Hu Shuifeng were ranked in the top 10 of the outer court martial competition this time. Now, the top 10 people of the outer court martial competition have already been confirmed. What will be carried out next is the ranking battles. Based on strength, list out the specific rankings of the top 10 people. Along with Zheng Fan's voice sounding out, everyone knew that the outer court martial competition this time had already come to an end. Every 2 people amongst the 10 of you will have a battle with each other. In other words, any one of you will have to battle the other 9 people. There will be an elder recording for all of you, and the person that wins 9 battles will be ranked first in the outer court martial competition this time. The person that wins 8 battles will be ranked second, the person that wins 7 battles will be ranked third, and so on and so forth. Zheng Fan looked at Duan Lingtian and the other 10 people as he spoke out once more. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. In this way, every single one of the 10 people would have a battle with each other, these rules couldn't be any fairer. Duan Lingtian, you go first. A voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and only now did he notice that it was Zheng Fan speaking to him. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse, and nodded before ascending the combat ring. Now, any of you that have the confidence to defeat Duan Lingtian can go up and battle. Zheng Fan looked at Hidong, Zui Qing, Hu Shuefeng, and the other 10 people as he spoke indifferently. But no one made a move. Earlier, the strength Duan Lingtian revealed when he killed Shi Hao caused all of them to be fearful, and they didn't have the slightest confidence. Even Hu Shuefeng was obediently standing on the spot now. He didn't dare go up. Duan Lingtian's methods were too strange, and even Shi Hao was easily killed by him. Although he was conceited and felt that he could defeat Shi Hao by relying on his grade 7 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 29%, but he'd never thought that he would be able to easily defeat Shi Hao. Didn't senior brother Hu Shuefeng ask Shi Hao to give Duan Lingtian to him earlier? Now that he has the chance, why isn't he going up? You can't even discern this? Senior brother Hu Shuefeng didn't know of Duan Lingtian's strength earlier, and now that he's seen the scene of Duan Lingtian killing Shi Hao, he's surely given up on the thought of fighting Duan Lingtian. Looks like senior brother Hu Shuefeng only knows how to bully the weak and fear the strong. The voices of the numerous 7-star sword sect outer court disciples entered into Hu Shuefeng's ears, and it caused Hu Shuefeng's body to tremble as if he was struck by lightning, and his expression was extremely unsightly. Duan Lingtian. Hu Shuefeng's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and it was filled with fierceness and ruthlessness. As far as he was concerned, the culprit behind all this was Duan Lingtian. He pushed all the blame onto Duan Lingtian. But even then, he still didn't dare ascend the combat ring to battle Duan Lingtian, because he was afraid that he would be killed by Duan Lingtian. On the combat ring, Duan Lingtian stood there without moving like a mountain, as if he'd transformed into an invincible god of war, and no one dared battle him. Zheng Fan wasn't surprised by this scene, and he said indifferently, after the time of 10 breaths, if no one ascends the combat ring to battle Duan Lingtian, then the other 9 people will be considered to have admitted defeat. Duan Lingtian's battle record is 9 battles and 9 victories. The battle record of the other 9 people is 1 battle and 1 loss. Chapter 314. The time of 10 breaths quickly passed. However, there was still no one that ascended the combat ring to battle Duan Lingtian. Since it's like this, then without a doubt, the first in the outer court martial competition today is Duan Lingtian. The Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, announced with a calm tone. Duan Lingtian had become the well-deserved first in the outer court martial competition today. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. On the Mizar platform, after a short moment of silence, it was completely in an uproar. The faces of all the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples flushed red as they excitedly shouted out Duan Lingtian's name. They knew clearly in their hearts. From today onwards, Duan Lingtian would become a milestone in the 7-star sword sect's outer court, a little over 20 years old, the number 1 disciple in the outer court. In the thousands of years of history of the 7-star sword sect, there had never been anyone that was able to obtain such an achievement at this age. When faced with the fervent and excited 7-star sword sect outer court disciples, Duan Lingtian stood there with a carefree expression, as if his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. What a Duan Lingtian! Zheng Fan had always been paying attention to Duan Lingtian, and when he saw that Duan Lingtian was still able to be so composed at this time, he couldn't help but raise his opinion of Duan Lingtian slightly. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Zheng Fan shouted out in shock, and his voice suppressed all the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples that were present. Under the focused gazes of the crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. With a raise of his hand, a flowing light flashed out. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian became vigilant when Zheng Fan spoke, and now when he saw Zheng Fan throw something over, he hurriedly extended his hand to catch it. When he looked carefully, it was a spatial ring. Meanwhile, Zheng Fan spoke. Inside this spatial ring is the reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition this time. Besides the reward that's almost the same as the first place in the outer court martial competition in the past, there's an additional reward, and that's the Profound Origin Fruit. Profound Origin Fruit. Although before the outer court martial competition began today, the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples present had heard that the Profound Origin Fruit would become the additional reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition this time. However, when the Profound Origin Fruit was obtained by someone else, their hearts were filled with envy and jealousy. Numerous burning gazes descended onto the spatial ring in Duan Lingtian's hand. There was a Profound Origin Fruit within it. Thank you, Peak Master. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at Zheng Fan before putting away the storage ring in his hand. He was going to look at it when he got back. With a flash of his body, he flew out and landed beside Li Fei. Bastard! A wisp of a smile appeared on Li Fei's face. She felt happy for Duan Lingtian that Duan Lingtian was able to obtain first place in the outer court martial competition. This was her man, Li Fei's man. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Fei, and his fierce eyes became gentle and tender like water. He was like a completely different person compared to the appearance he had during the battle with Shihao earlier. Duan Lingtian and this Alcade Peak junior sister are simply a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Yeah, only a young genius like Duan Lingtian is worthy of this junior sister. It truly causes others to be envious and jealous. The crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples sighed with emotion. Hu Shuefeng's expression was extremely unsightly. Earlier, when he saw Duan Lingtian obtain the Profound Origin Fruit, flames of rage arose within his heart. As far as he was concerned, the Profound Origin Fruit ought to have been his. However, Duan Lingtian had appeared out of nowhere and snatched his Profound Origin Fruit. Not to mention this. Now, Duan Lingtian was actually flirting with this drop-dead gorgeous woman that he coveted, and it caused flames of rage to arise within his heart. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Hu Shuefeng hated Duan Lingtian to the point he gnashed his teeth. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Hu Shuefeng's gaze, but he utterly couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted as he looked at the distant Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin glared with his ghastly eyes and stared at Duan Lingtian for a moment before turning around and leaving the balcony. When he saw Zhao Lin's ghastly gaze, Duan Lingtian knew that in the future, Zhao Lin would surely make a move against him from all aspects, all for the sake of obtaining the non-existent cultivation method in his possession, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Zhao Lin. Boundless flames of rage arose within Duan Lingtian's heart towards Zhao Lin's endless chatter. At the same time, besides Duan Lingtian, the other 9 people continued to compete for the top 10 rankings of the outer court martial competition. Although the first in the outer court martial competition was seized away by Duan Lingtian. But the higher one's ranking was, the more rewards one would obtain. So, the other 9 people fought with all their might. Amongst the 9 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples, Zhuo Qing, He Dong, and Hu Shuefeng's strengths were the strongest. When the 3 of them fought with the other 6, it was practically a one-sided suppression. Duan Lingtian discerned as well that the reason the 3 of them were able to firmly suppress the other 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples was because the sword skills they cultivated were comparatively superior. Just like Zhuo Qing's sword skills, every sword strike that was casually executed seemed to be a stroke of genius. He Dong's sword skills were unrestrained, and concealed killing intent, causing one to be unable to guard against it. Hu Shuefeng's sword skills had a total of 13 sword strikes, one after another like overlapping waves with boundless might. The final result. Hu Shuefeng relied on the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand that provided a 29% amplification to display the strength of 129 ancient mammoths to suppress Zhuo Qing and He Dong, and was ranked second in the outer court martial competition this time. Second only to Duan Lingtian. As for the third place in the outer court martial competition, it was obtained by He Dong. Zhuo Qing was only ranked fourth. Along with the Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, distributing the rewards of the other 9 people, his clear voice sounded out. The outer court martial competition this time has come to an end. Those that didn't obtain any rewards shouldn't be discouraged, there's still a chance after 1 year. The 7-star sword sect's outer court martial competition was held once a year, and it never changed no matter what. Duan Lingtian, work hard and enter the inner court as soon as possible. I look favorably upon you. Zheng Fan looked at Duan Lingtian and his face revealed a warm smile. Zheng Fan's attitude caused the group of Mizar Peak outer court elders to be greatly shocked. As outer court elders of Mizar Peak, they naturally knew the temper of this peak master. Even when facing an outstanding inner court disciple in the inner court, he'd never put down his airs and be so kind. I will. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded, then under the envious and jealous gazes of the group of 7-star sword sect disciples, he held Li Fei's hand and walked shoulder to shoulder with Sui Qing to leave the Mizar Peak. They followed the flow of people to arrive near the Mizar Peak's trade hall, then stepped onto the chain bridge and left Mizar Peak. Duan Lingtian followed Li Fei back to her residence, and the pair of man and woman that were burning with passion once again lingered for a while before reluctantly separating. Profound Origin Fruit. Once I consume the Profound Origin Fruit, I'll be able to break through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage at the first possible moment. At that time, not only will my strength be comparable to an 8th level Origin Core stage martial artist, even my Quake energy will advance once again. On the way back to Migres Peak after leaving Alcade Peak, Duan Lingtian's mood surged. Most importantly, once I break through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage, I'll be able to condense a Grade 7 Pill Flame, Grade 7 Weapon Flame, and become a Grade 7 Alchemist and Grade 7 Weapons Craftsman. Now, Duan Lingtian was impatient to return home, and after he stepped onto the main peak, Dubhe Peak, he walked onto the chain bridge that led to Migres Peak and returned to Migres Peak. Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian noticed that when he just stepped onto the Migres Peak stone platform, he encountered a group of Migres Peak disciples, and all of them respectfully greeted him. In terms of age, these Migres Peak disciples were all older than him. But now, all of them called him senior brother with incomparable fervor. In this world where the strong are respected, it's so realistic. Strength is the foundation to gain a foothold. When I just entered the 7-star sword sect and entered Migres Peak, I was unknown and no one paid attention to me. Now, I've seized the first place in the outer court martial competition, and these people are all sticking to me like gangrene attached to the bone. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh emotionally in his heart. This was a world where the strong were respected, and if one wanted to obtain the respect of others, then one must be sufficiently strong. Otherwise, one could only become an ant beneath another's feet, and be trampled upon by another. The life of the strong was higher than the heavens. The life of the weak was lower than grass. When faced with these Migres Peak disciples, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and nodded indifferently before leaving. When he left, his heart constricted. It's very likely that Zhao Lin is hiding in the shadows now, spying on me. But it isn't so easy to follow me. When he thought of Zhao Lin's ghastly gaze from before, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, then followed the flow of people and flashed out. Half an hour later, he appeared on a remote mountain path on Migres Peak. Only now did Duan Lingtian dare swagger back to the peak of Migres Peak and return to the stalactite cave. I'll return now and consume the Profound Origin Fruit. My cultivation will break through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage in one go. As he walked on the road, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with excitement as he thought about it. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the peak of Migres Peak, at the side of the mountain path halfway up Migres Peak. Bang! A palm print that was condensed into form whistled out and descended onto an enormous mountain rock. Instantly, the mountain rock shattered and shattered rocks flew everywhere. I let him escape again. Zhao Lin's face was gloomy, and he was exasperated. After Duan Lingtian returned to the peak of Migres Peak, as usual, he took advantage of the situation and leaped, passing through the clouds and mist to descend onto the crooked tree. But, he'd only just stepped onto the crooked tree when his face went pale. His spiritual force clearly sensed that there seemed to be two formidable auras within the cave passageway. These two formidable auras were extremely terrifying. At least, to the current Duan Lingtian, they were extremely terrifying. Before long, he noticed that the two auras were getting closer and closer, and at the same time, a wave of light footsteps accompanied them. Duan Lingtian became vigilant as he looked towards the cave passageway. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Presently, a yellow-clothed young girl slowly walked out of the cave passageway. The young girl was around 15 or 16 years old, her slightly immature cheeks seemed as if they'd been carved from jade, and there was a small dimple at the corner of her mouth. Her skin was tender, her smile was like a flower, and her appearance was charming and moving. Who are you? Chapter 3:15. Who are you? Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless when he heard what the young girl said. This place seemed to be his place of cultivation, right? Hiss hiss, suddenly, a wave of familiar sounds entered into his ears, causing Duan Lingtian's body to slightly tremble, and his face revealed an expression of wild joy. He looked at the young girl's wrist that was white like jade, and he could see two little heads sticking out. These were two little pythons. One of the little pythons was completely black with complicated golden markings on its body, and on its head was a golden horn that flickered with an icy cold sheen. The other little python was completely white with silver markings on its body, and the horn on its head was silver in color. Little black, little white. Duan Lingtian's mind surged, and he was unable to calm the restless feelings in his heart. These two little fellows had finally returned. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two bolts of lightning, one black and one white, flashed out from the young girl's hand and descended onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder. The two little pythons flicked their tongues to their heart's content and licked Duan Lingtian's face, causing Duan Lingtian to only feel a wave of itchiness come from his face. It's good that you've returned, it's good that you've returned. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a brilliant smile. Although he'd always been thinking, when the two little fellows returned, he would surely teach them a good lesson. But when it really came to the moment they returned, his feelings were completely replaced by joy, and he was utterly unwilling to teach the two little fellows a lesson. After grabbing the two little fellows and holding them in his hand, Duan Lingtian sized them up from top to bottom, and his face revealed a light smile. Although you two little fellows haven't stepped into the half-step void stage, you're obviously not far away. Looks like you two had a fortuitous encounter in the primeval forest. Although the two little fellows had consumed a lot of 10,000-year stalactite milk that day, the 10,000-year stalactite milk could only improve natural talent and not cultivation. Relying on his spiritual force and the lifetime of experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was able to discern with a single glance. The cultivations of these two little fellows had obviously already stepped into the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Compared to 5 months ago, he was much stronger. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was almost certain that these two little fellows must have had a fortuitous encounter in these 5 months. The two auras that he had sensed just now belonged to them. Hiss, hiss, the two little fellows raised their little heads and shook them at Duan Lingtian. Their golden eyes and silver eyes shone with a proud luster. I know you guys are amazing. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, little black, little white. Have you been in the primeval forest all this time? Hiss, hiss, at this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that the two little pythons suddenly turned their heads. So your names are Little Black and Little White. No wonder you don't like the names I gave you. A voice that was pleasing to the ear like a silver bell sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to feel refreshed. Only now did Duan Lingtian realize that because of the appearance of the two little pythons, he'd actually overlooked the yellow-clothed young girl before him. Duan Lingtian re-examined the young girl before him. The young girl's eyes ceaselessly spun and faintly contained a trace of craftiness mixed within, giving others a mischievous feeling. The young girl's skin was snow-white and tender, revealing a rosy glow within the whiteness, causing her to be even more beautiful and moving, causing others to feel pity for her. Her body even emitted a strand of faint spirit energy, and within the spirit energy was a faint fragrance mixed within. It was simply a unique treasure bestowed to her by the Creator. The young girl was around 15 or 16 years old. As she stood there, she was like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water, elegant and refined, pure and bright, fresh and pleasant. With the young girl's current appearance, it was unknown how devastatingly beautiful she would be in a few years. May I ask who you are? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and withdrew his gaze from the young girl before asking in a light voice. He believed that since the two little pythons were able to bring the young girl here, they surely trusted the young girl extremely. Moreover, his acute spiritual force told him that this young girl didn't have any cultivation, and was only an ordinary person that couldn't be any more ordinary. The young girl was surely able to appear here because the two little pythons had brought her here. Although he didn't know why the two little pythons had brought the young girl here. When the yellow-clothed young girl heard Duan Lingtian's words, she revealed a wisp of an innocent and charming smile that rippled like spring water and was bright and beautiful like the warm sun in spring. She playfully blinked her watery eyes. Big brother, I'm Han Xuanai. Han Xuanai. Duan Lingtian smiled. A very nice name. Hee hee. When the young girl heard Duan Lingtian's words, she giggled, and her gaze descended onto the two little pythons in Duan Lingtian's hand as she asked curiously. Big brother, when did they start following you? When he heard the young girl, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and said, they've been following me since they were born. It's been over 4 years. Duan Lingtian's gaze became slightly misty, as if he'd returned to the days in Aurora City. The two little pythons were born in the Li family's estate in Aurora City. No wonder they were so reluctant to part with you and were unwilling to follow us directly, the young girl muttered with a voice that only she could hear. What did you say? Duan Lingtian only heard the young girl lightly muttering something and didn't hear it clearly, so he couldn't help but ask curiously. Nothing. The young girl shook her head. Even when she wasn't smiling, her pretty face was filled with a smile, causing others to have an indescribable feeling of fondness. Where did Little White and Little Black kidnap this young girl from? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the young girl's face, and he was slightly absent-minded as he muttered to himself in his heart. Big brother, what are you looking at? The young girl blinked her jade-like clear eyes. Her face was full of innocence as she asked curiously. Nothing. Duan Lingtian shook his head and hurriedly withdrew his gaze. The young girl's innocence made his heart as calm as still water, and it was difficult for him to have any thoughts of profaning her. He lightly smiled and asked, little sister, where's your home? Big brother will send you back. I'm not a little sister, I'm Xuanai, Han Xuanai. The young girl pouted her cute little mouth, seeming to be slightly angry. Her angry appearance made one feel pity for her. All right, Xuanai. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He didn't fuss with a little girl, and he patiently asked, Xuanai, where's your home? My home. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Xuanai was like a little adult as she pondered. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but smile. At the same time, he glared at the two little fellows in his hands as if he was asking, where did the two of you kidnap her from? Finally, Xuanai came back to her senses. Under Duan Lingtian's expectant gaze, she moved her mischievous eyes and slowly said, Big brother, my home is in a place very, very far away. Duan Lingtian's expression froze. A place very, very far away. What was the difference between this and not saying anything? Little Black, Little White, come. Just as Duan Lingtian wanted to ask Xuanai further, he saw Xuanai raise her hand, and the two little pythons that were originally in his hands flew out and landed on Xuanai's face, rubbing against Xuanai's white wrist in an ingratiating manner. This scene caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be slightly stunned. Of the two little girls by his side, only Kerr was able to make the two little fellows like this. Even Li Fei, who had been with the two little fellows for a few years, was unable to make them like this. Who exactly was this yellow-clothed young girl? Duan Lingtian suddenly realized that perhaps, from the beginning, he'd underestimated this young girl. Hee. So you're called Little Black, Little White. Xuanai stretched out her white wrist that was as white as jade and lightly stroked the two little pythons. She giggled, then looked at Duan Lingtian and asked curiously, Big brother, when I named Little White, Little Silver, it only shook its head to express its unwillingness. But when I named Little Black, Little Gold, why did it suddenly become violent? And Little White as well, when it heard me call Little Black, Little Gold, it also. Hiss, Xuanai hadn't finished speaking when the two little pythons that coiled around her white wrist had already become restless. Look, they're here again. Xuanai shook her head and smiled helplessly. Little Gold? Duan Lingtian's gaze became slightly strange when he heard Xuanai's words. He naturally knew the reason. Little Gold was the name of the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse that was by Kerr's side. Whereas the two little pythons had always taken Little Gold as their mortal enemy, so they were naturally very sensitive to the name Little Gold. It wasn't strange for them to become violent. Xuanai, exactly where is your home? Tell Big Brother will send you back. Duan Lingtian looked at Xuanai as he spoke. A young girl like this had been out for a long time, and he could imagine that her family was surely very worried. Big brother, I told you, my home is very, very far away. I came out with Qing Nu. Xuanai pouted her cute little mouth as she spoke. Qing Nu. Duan Lingtian naturally thought that the Qing Nu that Xuanai spoke of was the servant by her side. Earlier, he discerned that with Xuanai's bearing, she surely had an extraordinary background. Xuanai, where's Qing Nu now? I'll send you over to look for him. He's surely very anxious now that he's unable to find you. Big brother, Qing Nu knows that Little Black, Little White, and I have come to look for you. Originally, Qing Nu wanted to come as well, but she had something to do at the last minute, so I brought Little Black and Little White along. Xuanai blinked her mischievous eyes as she spoke slowly. Look for me. Duan Lingtian's expression froze when he heard Xuanai. Yes. Xuanai nodded. Qing Nu wanted to bring Little Black and Little White along with us, and Little Black and Little White wanted to leave with us as well. But they told Qing Nu that they wanted to seek your opinion. So, I brought them along. Xuanai hadn't finished speaking when Duan Lingtian's expression went grim. She wanted to take the two little fellows away from him. No. Little Black and Little White will absolutely not leave with you. Duan Lingtian's words were resolute and decisive, and there was no room for discussion. As for what Xuanai said about Little Black and Little White wanting to leave with them, Duan Lingtian didn't believe it at all. What a joke. Chapter 316. Moreover, what did the young girl say earlier? She seemed to have said that Little Black and Little White told Qing Nu that they couldn't bear to part with him. Although Little Black and Little White had a slight understanding of human nature, Duan Lingtian wouldn't believe that they could communicate and speak with humans no matter what. As someone who'd fused with the lifetime memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian knew very well that nascent soul stage ferocious beasts like the two little fellows would at most have a slight understanding of human nature, but it hadn't reached the stage where they could directly communicate with humans, unless the person they were facing wasn't a human, but a ferocious beast. Or perhaps, a demon beast. Who the hell are you? Are you joking with me? Duan Lingtian looked at the yellow-clothed young girl, Han Xuanai, and frowned. You said Little White and Little Black can speak and communicate with Qing Nu? You said they want to leave with you. Then why don't you ask them to tell me? You don't look old, how did you learn how to deceive people? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck. He noticed that the young girl's expression changed at a moment's notice. She was smiling wholeheartedly earlier, but in this moment, her delicate and pitiful appearance caused one to feel pity for her. A bad premonition arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. As expected. Woo-woo. Big brother is bad, you bully. Xuan, I didn't deceive you. Xuan, I didn't deceive you. The young girl cried at a moment's notice, and her tears flowed down as if they were free, causing Duan Lingtian to have a bitter smile and be slightly flustered. All right, Xuan, I didn't deceive you, didn't deceive you. Big brother won't talk about Xuan I anymore, don't cry. Don't cry. Unexpectedly, it would have been fine if Duan Lingtian didn't persuade her, but once he spoke, the young girl started wailing loudly again, and cried even louder. Duan Lingtian frowned. The young girl was crying so loudly, if there was someone on the peak of Migre's peak, wouldn't it be heard by others? That wasn't a good thing. Xuan I, don't cry, be good. It's Big Brother's fault, Big Brother will apologize to you, alright? Duan Lingtian had no choice but to compromise. He really couldn't do anything to this cute and playful young girl, she cried at a moment's notice, and there wasn't even the slightest prelude. Really? The young girl temporarily stopped crying and blinked her mischievous eyes that were filled with tears as she asked Duan Lingtian. Really? Duan Lingtian nodded helplessly. The next moment, Duan Lingtian regretted it. Hee. The young girl wiped away her tears and giggled. Her pair of mischievous eyes revealed a hint of craftiness. Where was the pitiful appearance from before? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly, knowing that he had been tricked. Big brother, what's your name? Xuan I blinked her bright eyes and asked Duan Lingtian. My name is Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said slowly. Duan Lingtian? Xuan I started to ponder like a little adult, then she returned to her senses with a smile that was like a flower, and the two little dimples on her tender cheeks were extremely cute. Xuan I will call Big Brother Lingtian from now on, alright? Big Brother Lingtian. Big Brother Lingtian. It's decided. Duan Lingtian didn't dare say no, as he was really afraid of the young girl's crying technique, and she cried at will. Even those actors on Earth in his previous life couldn't compare to her when it came to crying. What a crybaby. Of course, Duan Lingtian only dared to think like this in his heart. If he were to say it out loud, he didn't know what the consequences would be. Xuan I, you said earlier that Little Black and Little White were talking to Qingnu. Qingnu can really understand what Little Black and Little White are saying. Duan Lingtian recalled what happened earlier. The young girl spoke in an orderly manner and didn't seem to be lying. Big Brother Lingtian, are you going to say that Xuan I is lying again? Xuan I's pair of mischievous eyes once again suffused with a wisp of mist. It seemed as if Duan Lingtian dared to say, yes, she would once again burst into tears. No. Absolutely not. Duan Lingtian hurriedly waved his hand. What he couldn't bear to see the most was a woman crying, and it was even such a cute and pitiful young girl. I'm just asking, if you're unwilling to say, then don't say. Hee. The young girl giggled, and her eyes narrowed into crescents. Big Brother Lingtian, Qingnu is different from us. We're humans, but she's not. So, she can communicate with Little Black and Little White. Not human. Hearing the young girl's words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. Xuan I, what do you mean by this? Big Brother Lingtian, you're too stupid. Big Brother Lingtian is so stupid. So stupid. Qingnu isn't human, so she's naturally a demon beast. Oh, she ought to be considered a demon beast. Xuan I playfully nodded, and her mischievous eyes spun about, and as she finished speaking, her voice became softer and softer. Demon beast? The young girl's words caused Duan Lingtian to heave a sigh of relief, and he laughed bitterly. So it turns out that it's a demon beast that's following by your side. You called her Qingnu, and I thought she was a servant by your side. Although he said this, Duan Lingtian's heart was still alarmed by tempestuous waves. Demon beast. An existence that could be called a demon beast, no matter how weak it was an existence at the void-prying stage or above. This young girl that didn't have the slightest cultivation in his eyes actually had a demon beast following by her side. Who the heck was she? She had a demon beast by her side, and that demon beast was even loyally following by the side of a young girl that didn't have any cultivation. Obviously, it had been completely tamed. In the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, powers that were capable of taming demon beasts to such an extent could be counted with one's hands. Aya, big brother Ling Tian, let little black and little white follow me and Qing Nu. Look at them, they've broken through 2 levels after following Qing Nu to cultivate for a period of time. If they follow Qing Nu, their cultivation in the future will surely advance even faster. Xuanai looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression of anticipation, and then she seemed to have thought of something and giggled. Big brother Ling Tian, if you really can't bear to part with little black and little white, then you can follow us with them. Xuanai is so bored, there's usually no one to play with me. As she finished speaking, Xuanai stretched out her hand to hold on to Duan Lingtian's arm and lightly shook it, and a layer of mist covered her lively eyes. Duan Lingtian smiled helplessly. Now that he knew the Qing Nu that Xuanai spoke of was a demon beast, he knew that Xuanai wasn't lying to him earlier. He took a deep breath, then looked at the 2 little pythons in his hand and asked in a light voice. Little black, little white. Do you 2 little fellows really want to go with Xuanai and Qing Nu? Hiss hiss, the 2 little pythons flicked their tongues, and their eyes emitted traces of reluctance, but they still nodded. Duan Lingtian forcefully restrained his slightly surging emotions, then took a deep breath and closed his eyes. After a long time, he opened his eyes once more and nodded heavily. I understand. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes were slightly moist. He made a difficult choice in his heart. Although the 2 little fellows were only fierce beasts, but after being together for a few years, he'd long since taken the 2 little fellows to be his own children. Now that they wanted to leave, Duan Lingtian was naturally unwilling to let them go. But Duan Lingtian also understood that if the 2 little fellows followed him, the advancement of their cultivations would surely be inferior to following other demon beasts. Although he possessed the lifetime worth of memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he knew little about the cultivation of demon beasts. In terms of cultivation, he could only provide some assistance like medicinal pills to the 2 little fellows. He was utterly unable to help with anything else. As a person of 2 lifetimes, Duan Lingtian was deeply aware. Some things might not be a good thing to hold on to tightly. These 2 little fellows had followed him for a few years, and he clearly knew their temperaments. If it wasn't because he felt that Qing Nu would have a better future by following by the side of the young girl, otherwise, they would absolutely not leave him. Big brother Ling Tian. The nearby Xuanai seemed to have felt Duan Lingtian's disappointed mood, and she said in a light voice, you leave with us as well. As she spoke, a trace of hope appeared in Xuanai's eyes. I won't be leaving with all of you. Duan Lingtian shook his head and lightly smiled to Xuanai. Xuanai, although I don't know who you are, and I don't know what demon beast Qing Nu by your side is. But since Little Black and Little White want to leave with all of you, I presume they have their own reasons. They've made a decision, and I won't stop them. I only hope that you and Qing Nu can treat them well in the future. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian sighed. The 2 little pythons now were like the kites in his hand. If he didn't let go, they would always be so high. If he let go, he could fly even higher, and even soar into the sky. Big brother Ling Tian, Qing Nu is very good to Little Black and Little White. I'm even better to them. Xuanai was slightly disappointed when she heard Duan Lingtian refuse to leave with her, but she quickly reorganized her emotions and nodded seriously like a little adult. Hiss hiss, seeming to have realized that they were about to leave, the 2 little pythons were slightly restless and uneasy. They stared at Duan Lingtian, and at the same time that their tails moved, their eyes moved as if they were expressing some sort of emotion. You want to say goodbye to Kerr and Little Fei? Duan Lingtian asked with slight puzzlement. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons ceaselessly nodded their little heads. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and rubbed the two little fellows' little heads. Kerr and little Fei, I didn't dote on you for nothing. But Kerr hasn't returned yet, so you won't be able to see her for the time being. As for little Fei, forget about it, I'll tell her. Heaving a sigh of relief, Duan Lingtian raised his hand. Go. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons glanced at Duan Lingtian with reluctance before flying out and landing in Xuanai's hand. Let's go. Duan Lingtian welcomed Xuanai to the crooked tree and prepared to bring Xuanai up to the peak. After all, Xuanai was just an ordinary person. This was what his sharp spiritual power told him. However, in the next moment, Duan Lingtian was completely dumbfounded. Big brother Lingtian, I'll bring little black and little white back to play with you in the future. Let's go. Xuanai reluctantly waved at Duan Lingtian and held the two little pythons as she directly stepped into the air and floated in the air. Chapter 317. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons hung on Han Xuanai's white wrists as they ceaselessly nodded to Duan Lingtian, and their eyes contained a sheen of reluctance mixed within, but unfortunately, until they were brought out of Duan Lingtian's line of sight by Han Xuanai, Duan Lingtian's attention didn't descend onto them. Only because at this moment, Duan Lingtian stood dumbstruck on the crooked tree. Han Xuanai. She's a void stage expert. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but fiercely gulp down a mouthful of saliva, and the shock in his heart couldn't be any greater. The yellow-clothed young girl, Han Xuanai, had given him too great of a shock. When Han Xuanai had just appeared, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force didn't notice anything wrong with her in the slightest, and he even determined that Han Xuanai was only an ordinary young girl that couldn't be any more ordinary. But earlier, the scene of Han Xuanai flying in the sky and flying away from Migres Peak. It caused him to deeply realize that he'd misjudged her. Not only was Han Xuanai not an ordinary young girl, she was even a formidable void stage expert. Logically speaking, with my current spiritual force, if I were to face her head-on, I'd even be able to see through a 9th-level void prying stage martial artist. I'm unable to detect Han Xuanai's cultivation, unless she's an expert at the void initiation stage or above. Or perhaps she used some sort of secret technique to conceal the aura of her void prying stage cultivation. Presently, Duan Lingtian had a myriad of thoughts in his mind, and his mood hadn't recovered until now. Compared to these two possibilities, he was more inclined towards the latter. Han Xuanai was a void prying stage expert, and used a secret technique to conceal her cultivation, causing his spiritual force to be unable to detect her. If it was the former, Duan Lingtian was truly unable to imagine and find it hard to believe. Because, according to the lifetime worth of memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, stepping into the void prying stage at the age of 15 or 16 wasn't impossible. Just like some of the formidable powers that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent, their resources and reserves were extremely deep, and the natural treasures they'd accumulated were innumerable. Using the words overflowing with wealth was not enough to describe them. The wealth they possessed would make even experts like Emperor Wu jealous. Of course, while these forces possessed so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, their foundation was also extremely terrifying. There was no lack of existences at the level of Emperor Wu. If these formidable powers intended to place emphasis on fostering a disciple of the younger generation, then they were entirely capable of using countless treasures of heaven and earth on the disciple, allowing the disciple to step into the void prying stage at the age of 15 or 16 wasn't a difficult matter. Therefore, even though a void prying stage martial artist at the age of 15 or 16 was extremely rare in the entire Cloud Continent, it wasn't like they didn't exist. However, according to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, it was practically impossible for a 15 or 16-year-old void initiation stage martial artist to appear. Because going from the void prying stage to the void initiation stage wasn't purely a transformation of one's strength, and it was even a transformation of one's force. Because of this, it was possible for a 15 or 16-year-old 9th-level void prying stage martial artist to appear. However, it was practically impossible for a 15 or 16-year-old first-level void initiation stage martial artist to appear. Because the transformation of force was related to comprehension ability. Comprehension ability was what was often said to be martial Dao comprehension ability. Martial Dao comprehension ability was separated from natural talent in the martial Dao, yet both complemented each other. For example, if a martial artist below the void prying stage had a high comprehension ability, then when cultivating martial skills, the speed at which their martial skills improved was extremely fast. On the contrary, if one had a low comprehension ability, then when cultivating martial skills, the speed at which their martial skills improved would definitely be extremely slow. As for martial artists at the void prying stage and above, the level of comprehension ability would even affect the comprehension of force. So, when a martial artist cultivated, both natural talent and comprehension ability were indispensable. A person's cultivation could be piled up with countless treasures of heaven and earth. But it would at most be piled up to the 9th level of the void prying stage. Because once one stepped into the 9th level of the void prying stage, if one's comprehension of force hadn't attained a certain level, then it would be impossible to break through to the void initiation stage. All of this was something Duan Lingtian found out from the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Whereas according to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, no matter how high a 15 or 16-year-old martial artist's comprehension ability was, it was impossible for the martial artist to comprehend force to the point of being able to break through to the void initiation stage. So, Duan Lingtian determined that Han Xuanai ought to be in existence at the void prying stage and not a void initiation stage expert. After all, Han Xuanai's age was too young. Young to the point it was shocking. But even then, the shock in Duan Lingtian's heart was still like before, and it was difficult to calm down. A 15 or 16-year-old void prying stage martial artist, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile, and he suddenly felt that his cultivation was nothing when compared to Han Xuanai. No wonder Xuanai said her home was extremely far away. A power that's capable of fostering a 15 or 16-year-old void prying stage expert is surely a formidable power in the foreign lands without a doubt. To think that I was guessing earlier that she was a member of a top power in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. As he thought up to this point, Duan Lingtian laughed in self-ridicule as he realized that he'd still underestimated Xuanai. Besides that, no wonder those two little fellows wanted to follow Xuanai and that Qing knew. Xuanai's strength is already so strong, since that Qing Nu is a demon beast that's guarding by her side, she's surely an extremely terrifying existence as well. Perhaps she's a void initiation stage demon beast. Or perhaps, a void interpretation stage demon beast, or even a void transformation stage demon beast. Duan Lingtian gasped as he truly realized how terrifying Xuanai's background was. Who exactly is Xuanai? What sort of identity does she have? At the same time that Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with shock, it was filled with curiosity as well. Xuanai was too mysterious. Mysterious to the point it caused one's heart to tremble. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock, and he heaved a sigh of relief before returning to the stalactite cave. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall the two little pythons, and his face revealed a trace of a bitter smile. After parting with the two little fellows today, he didn't know when they'd meet again. At that time, I wonder to what extent they'll have grown to. A trace of anticipation arose within Duan Lingtian's heart, anticipation towards seeing the two little pythons again in the future. After going silent for a moment, Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock, and his gaze descended onto the spatial ring in his hand. Profound origin fruit. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian withdrew a spirit fruit from his spatial ring, and it was also his greatest gain from the outer court martial competition this time. As for the other rewards for the first place in the outer court martial competition, it was none other than a pile of origin strengthening pills and some other medicinal pills. Perhaps these medicinal pills were extremely precious in the eyes of ordinary outer court disciples, but in the eyes of Duan Lingtian, they were only a pile of trash. A pile of trash medicinal pills whose purity caused him to be extremely dissatisfied. I'll go back to the trade hall and resell these medicinal pills. At the same time that Duan Lingtian had a plan in his heart, his gaze descended onto the spirit fruit in his hand. This spirit fruit, the profound origin fruit, was completely milky white in color, and its surface flickered with a faint sheen. With a single glance, one could discern that it wasn't simple. Duan Lingtian picked up the profound origin fruit and directly took a bite out of it. The juice of the profound origin fruit was cool and refreshing, and the flesh of the fruit melted as soon as it entered his mouth. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian ate the entire profound origin fruit in 2 or 3 mouthfuls. At the same time, a warm energy started to flash up and down along his body. This was the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and started to cultivate seriously. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, WIRM Python Form. Within Duan Lingtian's body, his origin energy fused into the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit, and along with the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit, it circulated along the circulation path of the WIRM Python form. Over and over again, without the slightest pause, after an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian was able to clearly feel that the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit was gradually fusing with the origin energy in his body at an extremely swift speed. After his origin energy fused with the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit, it gradually strengthened. His cultivation that had just broken through to the 6th level of the origin core stage not long ago increased at an extremely swift speed. In next to no time, he arrived at the bottleneck before breaking through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. Because the 6th level of the origin core stage and the 7th level of the origin core stage was a watershed, so this bottleneck could be said to be the greatest cultivation bottleneck that an origin core stage martial artist faced. Once he broke through this bottleneck, his strength would increase by the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. Although he didn't succeed in breaking through the bottleneck the first time, Duan Lingtian wasn't anxious. Only a third of the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit had been exerted now, the second breakthrough. The bottleneck loosened, but still wasn't broken through. The third breakthrough. It was more or less the same. Duan Lingtian didn't know how many times he broke through the bottleneck, and only when 2/3 of the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit had been exerted did the vast origin energy within his body surge, and he finally broke through the bottleneck. The bottleneck was broken through, and all his origin energy underwent a tremendous change. Origin energy gushed into his dantian, and the origin core within his dantian underwent a change along with it. It grew slightly larger, 7th level of the origin core stage. Duan Lingtian's mind shook, and he was slightly excited. He never imagined that he'd only broken through to the 6th level of the origin core stage for a few days before relying on the profound origin fruit, a treasure of heaven and earth that could only be chanced upon by luck and not sought for, to once again break through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. All of this was like a dream to him. But Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that all of this wasn't a dream. He didn't wake up, because a third of the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit still remained. The profound origin fruit was a miraculous spirit fruit, but its medicinal strength was extremely easy to evaporate. If Duan Lingtian didn't digest this medicinal strength now, then after a few more days, not even half of it would remain. The profound origin fruit couldn't compare to the monkey wine and monkey king wine after all. The latter was brewed by the stone monkeys, and had already condensed the medicinal strength of various spirit fruits, so it wasn't much different from medicinal pills. Whereas the profound origin fruit was instead a natural spirit fruit that didn't undergo any interference. Once this spirit fruit was consumed, it must be completely digested at the first possible moment. Continue cultivating. The origin energy within Duan Lingtian's body continued to strengthen, and when it was about to approach the bottleneck of breaking through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit was finally completely digested by him. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. A fierce bright light flashed before vanishing. 7th level of the origin core stage. Chapter 318. Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly became fierce, as if it had transformed into a sharp sword that flashed out. In an instant. Whoosh! In the sky above Duan Lingtian, lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. A total of 111 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Presently, Duan Lingtian relied solely on his own strength. Compared to an ordinary 7th-level origin core stage martial artist, he possessed the strength of 11 ancient mammoths. Compared to an ordinary 8th-level origin core stage martial artist, he possessed the strength of 1 ancient mammoth. Even if it's a 9th-level origin core stage martial artist, he only possesses the strength of 120 ancient mammoths. Only the strength of 9 ancient mammoths more than me. Although I don't know how much my quake energy has improved, but I can be sure that even if my quake energy hasn't improved, once I exert my full strength, even a 9th-level origin core stage martial artist wouldn't be a match for me. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, and the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. Even if a 9th-level origin core stage martial artist relied on a grade 7 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 30%, the martial artist's offensive strength would only increase to the strength of 156 ancient mammoths, whereas Duan Lingtian was currently able to increase his offensive strength to the strength of 140 ancient mammoths even if he only relied on the grade 7 spirit swords he possessed. It was only a difference of the strength of 16 ancient mammoths from the former. This bit of difference was completely able to be made up for with the quake energy. With my current strength, once I utilize the quake energy bestowed upon me by the WYRM Python form, I'm practically invincible under the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian was extremely sure of this. I wonder to what extent the quake energy has increased to now. I'll find a time to go to the primeval forest to look for fierce beasts to test it out. Duan Lingtian stood up and intended to leave the stalactite cave. Right at this moment. Drip. A clear sound entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian glanced over, and only now did he notice that a drop of milk had actually dripped down from the 10,000-year stalactite. It's been almost half a year since the last drop of the 10,000-year stalactite. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He took out a medicinal pill bottle and put away the drop of 10,000-year stalactite milk as if he had obtained a precious treasure. Then he left the stalactite cave. He left the peak of Migres Peak. Soon, Duan Lingtian appeared near the trading hall. Everywhere he passed, the Migres Peak disciples revealed gazes of reverence as they looked at him, and some Migres Peak disciples that were nearby even greeted him respectfully and warmly. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded as he walked by. It caused all the Migres Peak disciples to feel as if they were bathed in the spring breeze, and their faces all revealed brilliant smiles. Senior apprentice brother Duan Lingtian is really a good person. He actually smiled at us. Yeah, as the current number 1 disciple in our 7-star sword sect's outer court, senior brother Duan Lingtian doesn't put on airs in the slightest, it's too rare. I still remember that Shihao's ability wasn't as great as senior brother Duan Lingtian, but he was extremely arrogant, as if the heavens were the greatest and he was number 2. That Shihao deserved to die. The number 1 disciple in the outer court. Is he even worthy? Exactly, if senior brother Duan Lingtian was born 2 years earlier and entered our 7-star sword sect 2 years earlier, then the number 1 disciple in the outer court would utterly have nothing to do with Shihao. All the Migres Peak disciples were fervent like fire as they ceaselessly praised Duan Lingtian. Their voices weren't soft, and were all heard by Duan Lingtian who was heading to the trading hall. Duan Lingtian only shook his head and smiled towards this. He was incomparably composed. Similar words of praise were something he'd heard countless times in his previous life when he was the king of special forces and the king of mercenaries. He'd been immune since long ago. When Duan Lingtian arrived outside the trading hall, the surrounding Migres Peak disciples all respectfully greeted him one after another. Duan Lingtian nodded and returned a light smile, then spoke of the reason for his arrival. I intend to sell all the rewards for the first place in the outer court martial competition this time. Is there anyone interested? The rewards for the first place in the outer court martial competition? Sell. The surrounding Migres Peak disciples were all stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, could it be that you intend to sell the profound origin fruit as well? A Migres Peak disciple stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Profound origin fruit? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard this Migres Peak disciple. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the surrounding Migres Peak disciples all stared at him with burning gazes, obviously filled with interest towards the profound origin fruit. The profound origin fruit was a spirit fruit that was able to allow an 8th level origin core stage martial artist to directly break through to the 9th level of the origin core stage. If it was given to an origin core stage martial artist with a low cultivation to consume, it was even possible for the martial artist to break through 2 levels in one go. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, if you sell the profound origin fruit as well, I'm willing to pay 300,000 gold. In next to no time, a Migres Peak disciple spoke out. This Migres Peak disciple had a fair and clean appearance, with an extraordinary bearing, and obviously had an extraordinary background. 300,000 taels of gold was equivalent to 30 million taels of silver. It was a huge sum. To think that you're able to take out such a small amount of money. That's the profound origin fruit, a spirit fruit that can only be chanced upon by luck. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I'll pay 1 million gold. Another Migres Peak disciple spoke out. This Migres Peak disciple obviously had an extraordinary background, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to carry so much money at all times. 1 million gold. For a moment, the surrounding Migres Peak disciples were in an uproar. 1 million taels of gold was equivalent to 100 million taels of silver. Laughable. Right at this moment, another Migres Peak disciple looked at the Migres Peak disciple that bid 1 million gold, and sneered. You said earlier that junior brother was stingy when he bid 300,000 gold. Could it be that you think your bid 1 million gold isn't stingy? That's the profound origin fruit, something that has a price but no market. As he spoke up to hear, the Migres Peak disciple had an excited expression. I remember that 3 years ago, a profound origin fruit appeared in an auction house in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. At that time, it was auctioned for a high price of 3 million gold. 3 million gold. The surrounding Migres Peak disciples were slightly numb. You said I'm stingy when I bid 1 million gold. I'm curious, what price can you bid? The Migres Peak disciple that was mocked sneered. Me? The Migres Peak disciple that mocked earlier instantly started laughing, then he looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly cupped his hands. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, so long as you say the word, I, Yi Shao Bei, am willing to use 10 million gold to buy the prize you obtained from the outer court martial competition this time. 10 million gold. As soon as Yi Shao Bei finished speaking, the surroundings went deathly silent. Even Duan Lingtian, who originally wanted to explain that the profound origin fruit had already been consumed by him, was shocked now. Who the heck was this Migres Peak disciple? He directly bid 10 million gold. Pfft. The Migres Peak disciple that bid 1 million gold earlier sneered when he heard Yi Shao Bei. You said 10 million gold and it's 10 million gold. Who doesn't know how to speak without proof? I even said that I'm willing to bid 20 million gold to buy the prize for the first place in the outer court martial competition in senior brother Duan Lingtian's possession. As soon as this Migres Peak disciple finished speaking, the surrounding Migres Peak disciples all nodded in agreement. Yeah, who knows if this Yi Shao Bei is really able to produce so much gold, words without proof. Yi Shao Bei's face sank when he heard this Migres Peak disciple, and he walked over in a few steps to arrive before the Migres Peak disciple. What? You've become enraged from embarrassment after being exposed by me? The latter looked at Yi Shao Bei and sneered. Earlier, you said I had words without proof. You think I'm unable to produce 10 million gold, right? Yi Xiaobei's gaze went cold as he looked at the Migres Peak disciple before him, and with a raise of his hand, a large stack of gold bills appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Yi Xiaobei's move was extremely swift, and with a bang, the large stack of gold bills was flung onto the Migres Peak disciple's face, causing the latter's nose to bleed. The gold bills scattered all over the ground. You! The Migres Peak disciple was enraged and wanted to attack Yi Xiaobei. Earlier, it was 1 million gold. Now, it's 2 million gold. The Migres Peak disciple didn't have the time to attack when Yi Xiaobei took out another large stack of gold bills, and with a bang, he once again flung it onto the Migres Peak disciple's face. Bang! 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 A total of 10 large stacks of gold bills were taken out by Yi Xiaobei in 10 batches, then successively flung onto the Migres Peak disciple's face. Meanwhile, the rage in the eyes of the Migres Peak disciple that was flung into a daze by Yi Xiaobei's gold bills had already completely vanished. His heart trembled as he looked at the 10,000 gold bills on the ground. A person that was able to take out 10 million gold bills in one go wasn't someone he could offend. How about it? Are you convinced? Do you still need me to take out another 10 million gold bills for you to see? Yi Xiaobei looked down condescendingly at the Migres Peak disciple whose face was covered in blood, and his voice was cold and indifferent. No. No need. No need. The Migres Peak disciple was terrified, completely terrified. Duan Lingtian stood at the side and was dumbstruck as he watched. Needless to say, to a certain extent, this Yi Xiaobei's temper was extremely compatible with his. That stack of gold bills was flung down with a bang, and it caused him to be unable to refrain from feeling that it was slightly funny. This Migres Peak disciple looked down on others, and now he was asking for humiliation. The surrounding Migres Peak disciples were dumbstruck since long ago. The 10,000 gold bills on the ground added up to 10 million gold. It was still the first time in their entire lives that they'd seen so much money. For a time, the gazes they shot at Yi Xiaobei with were completely different. A person that was able to take out 10 million gold to play like this was absolutely not an ordinary person. Why aren't you helping me pick up all these gold bills? Under Yi Xiaobei's furious gaze, the Migres Peak disciple with a bloody face hurriedly squatted down and obediently picked up the pile of gold bills. Yi Xiaobei, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Yi Xiaobei and lightly smiled. I forgot to add earlier, what I want to sell is the rewards besides the profound origin fruit. Those origin strengthening pills and other medicinal pills aren't worth so much money, you better put the money away. Chapter 319. As soon as Yi Xiaobei finished speaking, the surroundings went into an uproar. All the Migres Peak disciples were completely dumbstruck on the ground. Although the reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition wasn't bad, but besides the profound origin fruit, it was at most worth over 10,000 gold. Now, this Yi Xiaobei actually wanted to spend 10 million gold to buy something that was worth over 10,000 gold. This Yi Xiaobei's head has been kicked by a donkey, right? This was the thought in the hearts of most of the Migres Peak disciples present. After all, as far as they were concerned, unless one's head was kicked by a donkey, otherwise, it would be impossible for one to do such an absurd thing. No matter how much money one had, it wasn't to be used like this. Of course, they only dared to think like this in their hearts, and no one dared speak it out. There were also some Migres Peak disciples that glanced at Yi Xiaobei with admiration. They were able to discern that Yi Xiaobei spending 10 million gold to buy the reward in Duan Lingtian's hands was fake, and the real reason he wanted to make friends with Duan Lingtian was because he wanted to, with the natural talent in the martial Dao that Duan Lingtian revealed now, when he matured in the future, he would surely be a peerless figure in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. When Duan Lingtian stood at the peak of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Not to mention 10 million gold. Even if it was 100 million gold, Duan Lingtian might not be able to take a fancy to it. Making friends with Duan Lingtian at this time was undoubtedly the wisest choice. 10 million gold was only a bet that Yi Xiaobei placed on Duan Lingtian. In the future, when Duan Lingtian matured, it could be imagined that with his status as Duan Lingtian's friend, there would probably be not many people in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that dare defend him. Here are 10 million taels of gold notes. Keep them. Duan Lingtian looked at Yi Xiaobei and lightly smiled. He was naturally able to guess Yi Xiaobei's intentions, and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion at Yi Xiaobei's courage. 10 million gold. After all, even if it was the current him, the total wealth in his possession was only 40 million gold. More than half of them were contributed to him by the Magnolia Trading Company's Black Wind City branch president, Xia Guang, who intended to seize the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse back in Black Wind City. Yi Xiaobei was stunned by Duan Lingtian's refusal. Then, he stared at Duan Lingtian and said, "Senior brother Duan Lingtian is indeed not an ordinary person. You can remain calm in the face of 10 million taels of gold. However, this 10 million taels of gold is a token of my appreciation to senior brother Duan Lingtian. I hope senior apprentice brother Duan Lingtian can accept it." In terms of age, Yi Xiaobei was 1 to 2 years older than Duan Lingtian. However, he addressed himself as a junior brother in front of Duan Lingtian, because he knew in his heart that Duan Lingtian had the right to do so. Token of appreciation. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. "I can't accept this token of appreciation. If you're interested, then spend 10,000 gold to buy the medicinal pills I obtained as a reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition this time. How about it?" Yi Xiaobei seemed to have realized Duan Lingtian's resolution and nodded. "I'll do as senior brother Duan Lingtian says." In next to no time, Duan Lingtian withdrew the medicinal pills he obtained as a reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition and passed them to Yi Xiaobei. After that, he put away the 10,000 gold before smiling to Yi Xiaobei and preparing to leave. "Farewell, senior brother Duan Lingtian." Suddenly, Yi Xiaobei called out to Duan Lingtian, "Is there anything else?" Duan Lingtian turned around to look at Yi Xiaobei with a bewildered expression. "Senior brother Duan Lingtian, if there's anything you need help with in the future, you can come look for me, Yi Xiaobei. I'm unable to help you with an important matter, but so long as it's a matter that can be solved with money, then it's not a problem to me, Yi Xiaobei." Yi Xiaobei looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke slowly. His words were filled with confidence. So long as it's a problem that can be solved with money, it's not a problem. Needless to say, Yi Xiaobei was extremely arrogant. But all the Migres Peak disciples present, including Duan Lingtian, knew that he had the qualifications to be arrogant. Not only had Yi Xiaobei tossed out 10 million gold to slap the face of the Migres Peak disciple that doubted him, he'd even threatened that if the latter still wanted to experience another 10 million gold, he could take out another 10 million silver. In other words, the wealth that Yi Xiaobei carried with him exceeded 20 million gold. "Thank you." Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Yi Xiaobei before turning around and leaving. Since Yi Xiaobei had already spoken to this extent, he would accept Yi Xiaobei's kindness. Moreover, Yi Xiaobei's temper was extremely similar to his. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaobei put away the 10 million gold as well. As for the Migres Peak disciple that helped him pick up the gold that covered the ground, he stood at the side now and didn't dare breathe loudly, as he was deeply afraid that Yi Xiaobei would get even with him later. However, Yi Xiaobei obviously didn't have the intention of looking for trouble with him, and only coldly swept him with his gaze. "Fuck off." The latter hurriedly fled when he heard this, and he didn't dare stay for a moment longer. It was also from this moment onwards that the group of Migres Peak disciples knew that a Migres Peak disciple with an extraordinary background was concealed within Migres Peak. He was called Yi Xiaobei. A few days later, Duan Lingtian's mood walked out from the haze of the departure of the little pythons. "Little black, little white, both of you have to work hard. Otherwise, perhaps I'll surpass both of you the next time we meet." Duan Lingtian stood on the tilted tree and looked at the direction that the mysterious yellow-clothed young woman, Han Shuanai, left with the two little pythons, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile of anticipation. He looked forward to meeting the two little fellows once more. At that time, they ought to have grown up. With my current strength, I ought to be able to participate in the inner court test and become an inner court disciple. Duan Lingtian slightly pondered, and planned to inquire about the inner court test. Unexpectedly, he'd only just arrived nearby the trade hall when he saw an old man walking towards him. He wasn't unfamiliar with this old man. The Migres Peak Outer Court Elder, Lu Qiu. Duan Lingtian. Lu Qiu had a face full of smiles when he saw Duan Lingtian once more. He'd heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian killing Shi Hao in one go in the outer court martial competition a few days ago, seizing the first place in the outer court martial competition and becoming the #1 disciple in the outer court. He still remembered. At that time, when he'd just heard of this news, he was stunned for a very long time. At that time, he only had a single thought in his heart. Unbelievable. An outer court disciple that he'd personally brought into Migres Peak half a year ago had become the #1 disciple in the outer court half a year later. Because of this, he'd even obtained the reward bestowed by the Peak Master of Migres Peak. He knew clearly in his heart that all this was given to him by Duan Lingtian. So, when he faced Duan Lingtian now, he completely treated Duan Lingtian as an equal. Elder Lu Qiu. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Lu Qiu. Duan Lingtian, I really never imagined that your strength would be so strong. Lu Qiu couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was extremely complicated. After that, Lu Qiu continued. I've waited for you for 2 days, yet I didn't see you appear, and I don't know where your place of cultivation is. Looks like you've even concealed your place of cultivation very deeply. As he finished speaking, Lu Qiu glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't explain further, then asked curiously. Elder Lu Qiu, you've waited for me for 2 days. Do you need something from me? It wasn't I who was looking for you. Lu Qiu shook his head. Then, Duan Lingtian had an expression of bewilderment. It's the Peak Master who wants to see you. Lu Qiu didn't beat around the bush and directly went straight to the point. Peak Master. Duan Lingtian's brows slightly twitched. Which Peak Master? Lu Qiu smiled. It's naturally the Peak Master of our Migres Peak. Are you free now? If you are, I'll bring you to Dubhe Peak's Migres Hall to see the Peak Master right now. Since he found out that you killed Shi Hao and became the #1 disciple in the outer court, bringing honor to Migres Peak, the Peak Master has always wanted to see you in person. Migres Peak's Peak Master. Duan Lingtian nodded. I'm fine. Since it's the Peak Master who summoned me, then I'll ask Elder Lu Qiu to lead the way. Although he'd arrived at Migres Peak for half a year, yet he'd never seen the Peak Master of Migres Peak. He was rather curious towards the mysterious Peak Master of Migres Peak. All right. Lu Qiu nodded, then walked side by side with Duan Lingtian to leave Migres Peak and step onto the chain bridge to head towards the main peak, Dubhe Peak. On the way, Duan Lingtian saw a group of people gathered together and walking towards Migres Peak. The person in the lead was Duan Lingtian's old acquaintance, the Migres Peak Outer Court Elder, Zhao Lin. At the same time that Duan Lingtian saw Zhao Lin saw him as well. The gazes of the two people entered into a competition without the slightest trace of gunpowder, equally matched. Behind Zhao Lin followed 2 Migres Peak disciples, and when they saw Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu now, they greeted respectfully. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, Elder Lu Qiu. Zhao Lin, these are the new outer court disciples this time. Lu Qiu's gaze descended onto the 20 young men behind Zhao Lin and the 2 Migres Peak disciples. These 20 young men were all in casual clothes, and they were currently looking around and were filled with curiosity towards everything before their eyes. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile when he saw these 20 young men, as if he'd seen himself from half a year ago. Yes. Zhao Lin nodded, then withdrew his cold gaze from Duan Lingtian, then turned around to look at the group of hotheads behind him. This is Elder Lu Qiu, and he's also our Migres Peak's outer court elder. Why aren't you saluting? The 20 hotheads that had just passed the 7-star sword sect's outer court test shuddered when they heard this, then hurriedly bowed to Lu Qiu. Greetings, Elder Lu Qiu. Lu Qiu lightly smiled as he nodded, then introduced Duan Lingtian by his side. This is your senior brother Duan Lingtian. Senior brother? For a moment, these outer court disciples that had just entered the 7-star sword sect frowned when they looked at Duan Lingtian. He's only a little over 20, right? Senior brother. He only entered the sect earlier than us, and his strength might not be stronger than us. He wants us to call him senior brother. Exactly. On what basis does this young kid have to be our senior brother? The 20 hotheads all seemed to be disdainful when facing Duan Lingtian now. Lu Qiu frowned when he saw this, then looked at Zhao Lin, seeming to want Zhao Lin to teach these kids that didn't know their limits a lesson. But, Zhao Lin only smiled lightly and didn't do anything. Ask him to help Duan Lingtian. Chapter 320. Elder Lu Qiu, let's go. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke to Lu Qiu. He utterly didn't take the words of these outer court disciples that had just entered the 7-star sword sect seriously. Lu Qiu glanced at Zhao Lin and was slightly displeased, but after he heard what Duan Lingtian said, he nodded. Yes. Since Duan Lingtian didn't make a fuss about it, then he had no reason to make a fuss about it with these new disciples that had just entered the 7-star sword sect and Migres Peak. Oh, feeling guilty? Senior brother. Aren't you afraid of us now? Some of the new disciples couldn't refrain from laughing extremely complacently. Duan Lingtian's face sank. He didn't make a fuss about it with these new disciples earlier because he felt it wasn't necessary. The height he stood at now was already different from these new disciples since long ago. If he were to make a fuss about it, then he would seem to have lost his bearing. It would undoubtedly be bullying the weak. But now, these new disciples were actually chattering without end. Did they really think he was easy to bully? Feeling guilty? Afraid of all of you? Duan Lingtian abruptly turned around, and his icy cold gaze flashed past the 20 new disciples one by one. Just all of you are worthy. Just all of you are worthy. Duan Lingtian's voice was like a thunderclap, causing the 20 new disciples to be muddled. After a short moment, they recovered from their shock, and all of them flew into a rage out of humiliation. Kid, do you think you really have the qualifications to be our senior brother just because you entered the 7-star sword sect earlier than us? The face of a new disciple around the age of 23 or 24 sank, and cold lights flickered within his eyes. Exactly. Cloud Continent has always paid particular attention to the strong being respected. If you want to be our senior brother, then your strength must surpass us. Do you believe that I can throw a little brat that's a little over 20 like you down here with a single hand? Another new disciple looked at Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Although the other new disciples didn't speak, but the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian now undoubtedly expressed the same meaning. They looked down upon Duan Lingtian. They did not think that Duan Lingtian was stronger than them. He was just an outer sect disciple in his early 20s. The 2 Migres Peak disciples behind Zhao Lin were dumbstruck for a moment. This group of hotheads actually dared to be so arrogant in front of senior brother Duan Lingtian? Even the 2 of them had to respectfully greet Duan Lingtian as senior brother Duan Lingtian when they saw him. These hotheads had instead offended their Migres Peak's #1 outer court disciple before even arriving at Migres Peak. No, it should be said to be the 7-star sword sect's #1 outer court disciple. As far as they were concerned, these hotheads were simply courting death. At that moment, they were about to open their mouths and berate those hotheads. Didn't these hotheads hear them respectfully addressing Duan Lingtian as senior brother Duan Lingtian? However, before they could open their mouths, they were stopped by Zhao Lin's fierce gaze. Although they didn't know why Zhao Lin wanted to stop them, but since Zhao Lin had interfered, they naturally obediently shut their mouths. Although Duan Lingtian was the #1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court. But if it was in terms of status and strength, then he would be unable to catch up to the current Migres peak outer court elder, Zhao Lin. After all, Zhao Lin's age and seniority were placed there, and it was utterly not something the current Duan Lingtian could compare to. Perhaps one day in the future, Duan Lingtian would be able to surpass Zhao Lin in all aspects, but it was impossible now. So, between Duan Lingtian and Zhao Lin, they chose the latter. You said earlier that you can throw me down from here with a single hand? Duan Lingtian looked at the new disciple that spoke earlier, and the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. If someone familiar with Duan Lingtian was here and saw Duan Lingtian's current smile, the person would surely know that someone was about to be struck with misfortune. However, the new disciple seemed as if he didn't notice anything amiss in the slightest, and he looked down at Duan Lingtian with a condescending gaze as he sneered. Exactly, I only need one hand to throw you down from here, you little brat. This new disciple had large arms and a round waist, and was a robust young man. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was able to faintly detect that the cultivation of this robust young man ought to be at the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage without a doubt. A 3rd level Origin Core stage martial artist said he could throw him down from here. Duan Lingtian felt a burst of amusement in his heart. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the face of Lu Qiu, who stood beside Duan Lingtian. As far as he was concerned, this new disciple was truly too arrogant. Did he really think that Duan Lingtian was an ordinary outer court disciple? You keep calling yourself, looks like you're extremely confident of your own strength. Then let me see how you throw me down from here. Duan Lingtian looked at the robust young man, and a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's entire body flashed out, instantly arriving before the robust young man and giving rise to a wave of piercingly cold strong winds. Above Duan Lingtian, 110 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. This scene terrified the robust young man to the point his face went ghastly pale, and he was completely dumbstruck, and the origin energy he'd just accumulated was instantly annihilated. His legs felt as if they were filled with lead, and he wasn't able to move in the slightest. What a joke! If an 8th level Origin Core stage martial artist wanted to attack him, he utterly didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. Slap! Duan Lingtian made a move, his hand slapped onto the robust young man's shoulder and locked onto the robust young man's right arm. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian exerted strength in his hand. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, the robust young man was thrown out of the chain bridge by Duan Lingtian, then Duan Lingtian grabbed onto the robust young man's shoulder and hung the robust young man in midair, and his gaze was cold. Now, what do you think? Do you only need a single hand to be able to throw me down? Duan Lingtian's voice contained frightening icy coldness mixed within, causing the robust young man that was suspended in midair to go ghastly pale, and his eyes emitted despair as he hurriedly begged for mercy. Senior brother, spare me. Senior brother. Spare me. Presently, he was in midair and had nowhere to borrow strength from. He could imagine that so long as this 8th level Origin Core stage outer court disciple that was a little over 20 years old let go, he would surely fall into the bottomless abyss, and not even his bones would remain. Cold sweat flowed out from the robust young man's forehead, and he hated himself to the extreme in his heart. Why did he have to be the one to stand out? 8th level of the Origin Core stage. Meanwhile, the group of new disciples that were terrified by the strength that Duan Lingtian revealed recovered from their shock, and when they saw the scene before them, their faces went ghastly pale, and all of them emitted terrified gazes. Never had they imagined that this outer court disciple that was a little over 20 years old, younger than any of them, would actually possess such a terrifying strength. An 8th level Origin Core stage martial artist that was only a little over 20 years old. were all the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples so abnormal? Presently, most of the new disciples had a slight lingering fear in their hearts, and they rejoiced that they didn't go too far with their words earlier. Otherwise, the person that was pulled out of the chain bridge and suspended in midair wouldn't be the robust young man, but them. For a time, they started to mourn silently for the robust young man in their hearts. 8th level of the origin core stage. Zhao Lin's expression was extremely unsightly. Never had he imagined that after Duan Lingtian consumed the profound origin fruit, he would actually break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage in one go. 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed in the sky when Duan Lingtian attacked, and it was obviously the symbol of the 8th level of the origin core stage. Compared to Zhao Lin's unsightly expression, Lu Qiu instead had a pleasantly surprised expression. Even though he knew that Duan Lingtian had obtained the profound origin fruit, and guessed that Duan Lingtian would have a breakthrough, but between the 6th level of the origin core stage and the 7th level of the origin core stage, there was a divide that was like a chasm. As far as he was concerned, after Duan Lingtian consumed the profound origin fruit, he would at most break through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. Unexpectedly, the truth wasn't so. Duan Lingtian had broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage in one go. How would Lu Qiu know that Duan Lingtian had actually broken through to the 7th level of the origin core stage just as he thought, but because of the uniqueness of the 9 Dragons War sovereign technique that he cultivated, he possessed the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more than an ordinary 7th level origin core stage martial artist. Even if he made a move now, Duan Lingtian had the intention to establish his might, and he still concealed the strength of an ancient mammoth. But even then, he would still be mistaken by others that Duan Lingtian was an 8th level origin core stage martial artist. This was also Duan Lingtian's objective. He precisely wanted to let others know that he was an 8th level origin core stage martial artist now. The 2 Migres Peak disciples behind Zhao Lin now had dumbstruck expressions as well. Senior brother Duan Lingtian actually broke through to the 8th level of the origin core stage in one go? They were all shocked. Senior brother, spare me, spare me. The robust young man whose shoulder was grabbed by Duan Lingtian and floated 30 kilometers high in the sky outside the chain bridge had his clothes drenched in sweat, and his voice was miserable as he begged for mercy from Duan Lingtian. What? Didn't you say you wanted to throw me down? I'm extremely curious, if I let go now. Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely gloomy, and he calmly looked at the robust young man who ceaselessly begged for mercy. Senior brother, don't. Don't. I was joking earlier, right? I was joking. The robust young man was terrified by Duan Lingtian to the point his face went pale, and he ceaselessly begged for mercy. Duan Lingtian, enough. Zhao Lin finally interfered, his face sank as he looked at Duan Lingtian, and his voice was incomparably cold and indifferent. Enough? Duan Lingtian turned around to look at Zhao Lin when he heard Zhao Lin stopping him, then sneered. Elder Zhao Lin, I didn't see you say anything when they provoked me earlier. Now, I've only lightly punished the person that spoke rudely, and you can't continue watching. Although the conflict between him and Zhao Lin wasn't shallow, but Zhao Lin's actions still caused Duan Lingtian to feel incomparably furious. Zhao Lin was biased in this matter, and was ashamed of being an outer court elder of Migres Peak. Let him go. Zhao Lin looked at Duan Lingtian with a cold and indifferent gaze, and his voice was low and deep. Elder Zhao Lin, are you sure you want me to let him go? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Zhao Lin, then he couldn't refrain from laughing as he glanced at the robust young man that was thrown out of the chain bridge. Looks like Elder Zhao Lin wants you to die. Tell me, should I listen to Elder Zhao Lin and let you go? No. Don't. Don't let me go, senior brother, I beg you, don't let me go. Chapter 321. You should beg Elder Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian glanced at the robust young man with a calm gaze as he spoke indifferently. He originally only intended to frighten this new disciple, but now that Zhao Lin had interfered, it caused him to be unable to help but feel slightly enraged in his heart. Elder Zhao Lin, I beg you, you must not ask senior brother to let me go. The robust young man hurriedly looked at Zhao Lin when he heard this, and he was slightly hysterical. It was as if he was grabbing onto a life-saving straw. Zhao Lin's gaze went slightly cold when he heard the robust young man, and he looked at Duan Lingtian before abruptly shouting out explosively. Duan Lingtian killed a fellow disciple with cruel methods. According to the rules of the 7-Star Sword sect, he ought to be killed. Killed a fellow disciple. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when Zhao Lin said this. The others, including Lu Qiu, were stunned as well. When did Duan Lingtian kill a fellow disciple? Now, so long as it was someone with a discerning eye, they would be able to discern that Duan Lingtian threw the robust young man out of the chain bridge and suspended him high up in the sky only for the sake of frightening the robust young man. If Duan Lingtian intended to kill him, he would have thrown him down long ago, and would not have spoken so much nonsense with him. But now, Zhao Lin said that Duan Lingtian killed a fellow disciple. What does he mean? In next to no time, the eyes of the people present blurred, and they completely understood the meaning behind Zhao Lin's words. Whoosh! A terrifying aura was emitted from Zhao Lin's body, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that flashed straight towards Duan Lingtian. Vast origin energy raged and flashed. Whoosh! 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 They transformed into palm prints that covered the sky as they whistled down towards Duan Lingtian, enveloping Duan Lingtian within them. At the same time, 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above Zhao Lin. Obviously, he'd exerted his full strength, desiring to directly kill Duan Lingtian. It could be imagined that if Duan Lingtian was killed by Zhao Lin, then the new disciple that was thrown out of the chain bridge and suspended high up in the sky by Duan Lingtian would surely die. No! The new disciple, who was suspended in the air by Duan Lingtian, saw Zhao Lin attack Duan Lingtian. His face turned pale as he cried out in grief. He closed his eyes in despair. Now, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhao Lin wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Then, he would push all the blame for the death of the new disciple that was thrown out of the suspension bridge by Duan Lingtian, onto Duan Lingtian. In this way, he would be eliminating evil for the sect. Duan Lingtian's expression changed greatly. He did not expect Zhao Lin to be so deranged. At this moment, a chill suddenly rose in his heart. Perhaps, from the very beginning, when he threw this new disciple off the chain bridge, Zhao Lin already had this plan in mind. This Zhao Lin wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of him. As for Zhao Lin's goal, Duan Lingtian was extremely clear. It was none other than for the sake of the fabricated muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll that he fabricated. All these thoughts were completed in the blink of an eye by Duan Lingtian. As his thoughts spun, he saw Zhao Lin arrive before him. Origin energy palm prints that filled the sky contained the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths, and they enveloped down towards him, causing him to be on the verge of suffocating. At this moment, not only was he unable to dodge in time, he wasn't even able to pull the robust young man back onto the chain bridge. Zhao Lin's speed was too swift. The palm prints condensed from origin energy that filled the sky whistled down, and a series of continuous sounds of air exploding echoed out in the air. Zhao Lin's face revealed a crazed expression. After waiting for so long, he finally found an opportunity. At the instant he made his move, he'd already condensed his origin energy into sound and sent it into the ears of Lu Qiu, who was standing not far behind Duan Lingtian. Elder Lu Qiu, so long as you don't make a move today, I, Zhao Lin, will owe you a great favor. He believed that with the friendship between him and Lu Qiu, coupled with his promise, Lu Qiu ought to not interfere, so long as Lu Qiu didn't interfere. Duan Lingtian would die for sure. Elder Lu Qiu. Duan Lingtian realized the arrival of danger, and his face went ghastly pale, and the first thing he thought of was Lu Qiu. Now, only Lu Qiu could stop Zhao Lin. A wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of Zhao Lin's mouth when he heard Duan Lingtian call out Lu Qiu. Does this Duan Lingtian think that Lu Qiu will help him? Naive. But in next to no time, the smile of disdain on the corners of Zhao Lin's mouth completely froze. Whoosh! An afterimage flashed before his eyes, and he saw Lu Qiu instantly appear before Duan Lingtian. This scene caused his expression to become unsightly. Whoosh! Lu Qiu raised his hand and flicked his sleeve, and vast origin energy that contained an even more terrifying aura swept out. Above Lu Qiu, a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. Bang! His sleeve swept out, and in the blink of an eye, it dispersed the palm prints that covered the sky that Zhao Lin slapped out, causing them to vanish into thin air. Duan Lingtian, you've taught him a lesson. Let's forget about this matter. Lu Qiu stared vigilantly at Zhao Lin, who had an unsightly expression, as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. At that moment earlier, he only felt that death was so close, and he was only a little bit away from being killed by Zhao Lin. Although he tried to call out to Lu Qiu, he was extremely perturbed in his heart. Because he knew that Lu Qiu and Zhao Lin had a relationship, and he wasn't sure if Lu Qiu would help him. If Lu Qiu didn't help him, then he would die for sure. At that moment, he only felt that his heart was completely in his throat. That feeling of suffocation and discomfort was absolutely not inferior to the robust young man that he threw out of the chain bridge and hung high in the air. To him, the scene from before was a fine line between life and death. Hearing Lu Qiu's words, Duan Lingtian withdrew his hand and pulled the robust young man back onto the chain bridge, then casually threw him onto the chain bridge. Following the robust young man landing on the chain bridge lightly swayed. The robust young man lay limp on the chain bridge, unable to get up for a long time. Earlier, he'd almost died. He slowly raised his head, his gaze furious, yet he wasn't looking at Duan Lingtian, but at Zhao Lin. What are you looking at? When Zhao Lin noticed that this new disciple dared to use this sort of gaze to look at him, his face sank and he, who was already incomparably furious in his heart, shouted coldly. When the robust young man saw this, he lowered his head in the end. Only now did he remember that this Zhao Lin was the outer court elder of Migres Peak. If he really offended Zhao Lin, then once Zhao Lin wanted to kill him, he only had to find a place with no one around. Lu Qiu. Zhao Lin looked at Lu Qiu, his gaze gradually becoming gloomy, and his voice was incomparably cold. Zhao Lin, he's the person that Lord Peak Master wants to see. Lu Qiu fearlessly met Zhao Lin's gaze. Very good. Very good. Zhao Lin glanced deeply at Lu Qiu, then turned around to glance at the 20 new disciples and said coldly, let's go. When he saw Zhao Lin leaving with his people, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhao Lin's figure from behind, and his eyes were filled with dense killing intent. In this lifetime, the person that truly made Duan Lingtian arouse boundless killing intent in his heart, and wished for nothing more than to burn the bones and scatter the ashes, was the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Duan Lingxing from that time, undoubtedly the number one person. Now, he'd aroused a similar killing intent towards Zhao Lin. This Zhao Lin's actions today had completely and utterly infuriated him. That suffocating feeling of his life hanging by a thread was something he wasn't willing to experience a second time in his entire lifetime. Duan Lingtian's chest was completely filled with flames of rage, and they were on the verge of bursting out. Duan Lingtian, did you offend Zhao Lin in some way? Lu Qiu looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a bewildered expression. Earlier, Zhao Lin obviously had the intent to kill Duan Lingtian, and even made a heavy promise to him. If it wasn't for the Peak Master wanting to see Duan Lingtian this time, and he'd obtained the heavy reward of the Peak Master not long ago because of Duan Lingtian, perhaps he would really agree to Zhao Lin's promise and not interfere in this matter. Even though Zhao Lin was only a first-level void-prying stage martial artist, Zhao Lin's background caused him to have no choice but to be fearful. He knew clearly in his heart that with Zhao Lin's attitude earlier, Zhao Lin obviously hated him to the core. Not only was the relationship between the two of them destroyed, Zhao Lin might even go against him everywhere in the future. I hope my choice is correct. Lu Qiu looked at the young man with limitless potential before him and silently thought in his heart. I don't know as well. Perhaps I inadvertently offended him. Duan Lingtian shook his head, as he didn't have the intention of speaking of the matter between him and Zhao Lin. If he denied the existence of the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, then wouldn't it be admitting that he'd consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk? The 10,000-year stalactite milk was sufficient to cause anyone to be tempted, including Lu Qiu who stood before him. Lu Qiu nodded. Let's go. He naturally didn't believe Duan Lingtian's words. However, he was able to discern that Duan Lingtian had something that was difficult to say, so he didn't pursue the matter. Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu walked side by side and continued to head towards the main peak, Dubhe Peak. On the way, Duan Lingtian had a sincere expression as he said to Lu Qiu, Elder Lu Qiu, I, Duan Lingtian, will remember the favor of saving my life today. I'll return this favor to you one day. Although it wasn't convenient for him to tell Lu Qiu the cause of the conflict between him and Zhao Lin. However, Lu Qiu had saved his life today, and he was deeply grateful. Lu Qiu smiled lightly and didn't refuse. Because, he knew how precious this promise of Duan Lingtian's was. Perhaps, with the current Duan Lingtian's strength, he wouldn't be able to help him much. However, the future Duan Lingtian would instead be an existence that even he had to look up to. Duan Lingtian was able to possess an 8th-level origin core stage cultivation at such an age, and it wouldn't be difficult for him to soar into the sky in the future. Of course, the precondition was that Duan Lingtian was able to grow up safely and peacefully. Otherwise, once he died, it would be useless no matter how high his natural talent was. After the two of them arrived at the main peak, Dubhe Peak, Duan Lingtian walked all the way up Dubhe Peak under Lu Qiu's guidance, and when they were near the peak, they saw a spacious platform halfway up the mountain. Needless to say, the cultivation environment here was extremely good, and even the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body had a trace of pulsation. Elder Lu Qiu, could it be that this is the spirit point of Dubhe Peak? Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Qiu as he asked curiously. You even know about spirit points? Lu Qiu was slightly surprised. I heard Elder Bai mention it from Alcade Peak's Elder Bai. Duan Lingtian nodded, he still remembered what Elder Bai said to him that day. The spirit point on Dubhe Peak was the best place to cultivate in the 7-star sword sect, and it was filled with spirit energy. Chapter 322. Exactly, if we head up from here, it's the spirit point on Dubhe Peak. Lu Qiu nodded and lightly smiled. The spirit point on Dubhe Peak is divided into 9 great spirit points. The peak masters of the 6 great outer court sword peaks of our 7-star sword sect each occupy a spirit point, and the other 3 spirit points are respectively occupied by the sect leader and the 2 guardian elders. When he spoke of the 7-star sword sect leader, Lu Qiu's expression was relatively calm. But when he spoke of the 2 guardian elders, traces of reverence appeared on Lu Qiu's face. Guardian elders. Duan Lingtian deeply remembered this in his heart. A figure that was able to make Lu Qiu lose his composure was surely not simple. 9 great spirit points. There ought to be a spirit point here, right? As Duan Lingtian spoke, his gaze descended onto the vast platform halfway up the mountain. On this platform, a palace rose from the ground, and it had a vast aura. This palace is the Merak Hall, and it's also the cultivation place of the Merak Peak's master. Lu Qiu nodded and slowly spoke. Merak Hall. Merak Peak's master. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a faint smile. He still remembered that during the outer court martial competition a few days ago, the 7th level origin core stage outer court disciple, Hu Shuefeng, who wanted to kill him, was the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's master. The spirit point at the bottom of the 9 great spirit points is occupied by the Merak Hall. If we head up from here, it's where the Mizar Hall is located, and it occupies another spirit point. Lu Qiu brought Duan Lingtian to continue towards the main peak, Dubhe Peak. All along the way, Duan Lingtian saw many 7-star sword sect disciples. Without exception, all these 7-star sword sect disciples had 7 stars around the sword-shaped symbol on their clothes that were silver in color. Obviously, these 7-star sword sect disciples were all inner court disciples. Elder Lu Qiu. Some inner court disciples that knew Lu Qiu lightly smiled as they bowed to Lu Qiu. As for Duan Lingtian, they only casually glanced past him, and they didn't even look him in the eye. Even though the current Duan Lingtian's name shook the 7-star sword sect's outer court, and he had some reputation in the inner court, however, not many people in the inner sect knew him. Soon, Duan Lingtian followed behind Lu Qiu and continued to walk up. Along the way, they could see many independent canyons. These places are the cultivation grounds of the inner court disciples. Although they're not on the spirit points, they're located in the spirit points formed by the 9 great spirit points. The cultivation environment there is pretty good. Lu Qiu explained to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. Even though the cultivation environment here was far inferior to the stalactite cave, it was undoubtedly much better than the other places in the 6 great outer court sword peaks. This is Mizar Hall. Not long after, Lu Qiu's voice sounded. Duan Lingtian glanced over and saw a vast platform appear in front of him. On the platform stood a magnificent palace. Mizar Hall. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that this Mizar Hall ought to be the cultivation grounds of the peak master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan, who presided over the outer court martial competition a few days ago. Right when Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu intended to continue walking up, a figure that was like the wind flashed out from the pavilion above Mizar Hall, and it wasn't long before he arrived before Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, please wait. This was a young man around the age of 27 or 28, with slanted brows, starry eyes, and an imposing appearance. What caused Duan Lingtian to be surprised was that this young man's forehead was actually slightly similar to the peak master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan. When he thought about how this person seemed to have walked out from Mizar Hall, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Could it be that he's related to Zheng Fan? Elder Lu. After the young man lightly smiled to Duan Lingtian, he looked at Lu Qiu who was by Duan Lingtian's side and bowed. Lu Qiu replied with a smile. Elder Lu Qiu, my father wants to speak a few words with junior brother Duan Lingtian, I wonder if you can make it convenient. The young man looked at Lu Qiu and slowly asked. Lu Qiu's brows raised as a trace of surprise flashed within his eyes, and in the end, he looked at Duan Lingtian. I can't make the decision on this. I have to seek Duan Lingtian's own opinion. At the same time that Lu Qiu spoke to the young man, he sent a voice transmission into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, he's the son of the hall master of Mizar Hall, Zheng Fan, Zheng Song. The son of the hall master of Mizar Hall, Zheng Fan? Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. No wonder he felt that this Zheng Song was extremely similar to Zheng Fan, so it turned out that they were father and son. In this way, everything could be explained. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, I'm Zheng Song. My father is the peak master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan. I was drinking tea with him in the pavilion earlier, and he just happened to see you and asked me to invite you and Elder Lu over. Zheng Song looked at Duan Lingtian in a refined and courteous manner, and the smile on his face was like a spring breeze. Even if it was Duan Lingtian, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This Zheng Song was the son of the peak master of Mizar Peak, and was even an inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect, in terms of identity, in terms of strength. They both far surpassed the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's master, Hu Shui Feng. But he didn't have the arrogance of looking down from above like Hu Shui Feng, and this was extremely rare. Although it was only the first time he'd met Jing Song, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but have a slightly good impression of him in his heart. I have no objections. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse and nodded. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, elder Lu Qiu, please. Under Zheng Song's lead, Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu walked towards Mizar Hall, and when they approached Mizar Hall, Zheng Song brought Lu Qiu into Mizar Hall's audience hall. Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, a figure leaped down from the pavilion in Mizar Hall. Duan Lingtian didn't even have the time to react when he felt a force that was difficult to resist pass through the hand of the person to grab onto his shoulder. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian flew up. Accurately speaking, he was brought along to fly up by the person. This peak master of Mizar Peak ought to be in existence at the 9th level of the void prying stage. When my spiritual force probed him, I actually had a blurry feeling. Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked in his heart. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian was brought to the pavilion and stood on solid ground, and the thick and heavy hand that grabbed onto his shoulder was withdrawn now. Duan Lingtian looked at the person before him and lightly smiled. Peak Master. The person that brought him from outside Mizar Hall to the pavilion was none other than the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan. Sit. A warm smile hung on Zheng Fan's face as he gestured to Duan Lingtian to sit. Subsequently, he even personally brewed tea for Duan Lingtian. This caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Zheng Fan poured a cup of tea for Duan Lingtian and called out. This is cloud-soar tea that I personally roasted, try it. Duan Lingtian nodded and picked up the teacup, but didn't drink it directly and instead placed it before his nose to smell it. The fragrance of the tea entered his nose, and the refreshing aura seemed to be able to enter into Duan Lingtian's mind, causing Duan Lingtian to feel that his consciousness was incomparably clear. Good tea. Although Duan Lingtian didn't know much about tea, he was still able to realize that this tea wasn't simple. Try a sip. Zheng Fan lightly smiled as he spoke. Duan Lingtian nodded, then placed the teacup before his mouth and lightly took a sip. The fragrant tea melted as soon as it entered his mouth, and the refreshing aura caused Duan Lingtian to shudder. He couldn't help but close his eyes, and he felt slightly light, as if he was riding on the clouds. Who? After a short moment, he seemed to have descended from the clouds and returned to the ground. Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of foul air, and a bright light flashed within his eyes. How was it? Zheng Fan looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian sighed in admiration. Peak Master, this cloud-soar tea of yours is really amazing. It's the first time I've drunk such fragrant tea. Just a sip of it allowed me to instantly have the feeling of riding on the clouds, and at that moment, I seemed to have forgotten everything. Ha! Zheng Fan laughed heartily and slowly said, speaking of which, the roasting method for this cloud-soar tea was something that I perfected through an incomplete method in an ancient book. The incomplete roasting method is a roasting method for a fragrant tea called carefree tea. Unfortunately, half of it is incomplete. As he finished speaking, Zheng Fan sighed, in my life, my greatest regret is that I can't taste the real carefree tea. Although the soaring cloud tea was roasted by me according to the incomplete roasting method of the carefree tea, it is not the real carefree tea. Hearing Zheng Fan's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Peak Master, as the saying goes, those who are content will always be happy. There are some things that there is no need to be too forceful. Although the carefree tea is good, that is only your imagination. Or perhaps, the real carefree tea is actually not as good as the cloud-soar tea that you added and roasted. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Zheng Fan seemed to have been enlightened and stood on the ground in a daze. At this moment, only Duan Lingtian's words remained in his mind. Those who are content will always be happy. Perhaps, the real carefree tea was not as good as the current cloud-soar tea. Finally, Zheng Fan came back to his senses, and his eyes flickered with traces of a strange luster. Suddenly, Zheng Fan raised his hand, and a narrow saber that was as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in his hand. Grade 6 Spirit Weapon. Seeing the narrow saber in Zheng Fan's hand, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up as he recognized the grade of this spirit weapon narrow saber. He saw Zheng Fan raise his hand. Wang! Origin energy coiled around the narrow saber, emitting a strange and terrifying aura. It lightly slashed through the air, and a clear white stream of light flashed and disappeared. And at this moment, the aura of the saber in Zheng Fan's hand seemed to have completely changed. This, through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian relied on his powerful spiritual force to faintly notice something. Whoosh! And at the instant that the aura of the narrow saber in Zheng Fan's hand suddenly changed, strands of origin energy appeared on the surface of Zheng Fan's body, and then it gradually converged and disappeared. Although it was only a short instant, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, Zheng Fan had completely changed. Before Zheng Fan converged his aura after the transformation, Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. Congratulations, Peak Master. At this moment, the raging aura on Zheng Fan's body was gradually converged by him, and the narrow saber in his hand vanished as he put it away in his spatial ring. Ha! Chapter 323. Zheng Fan's laughter was unrestrained and carefree. Besides that, it also contained traces of excitement that was difficult to express with words. Duan Lingtian was naturally clear about why Zheng Fan was excited. Otherwise, he wouldn't congratulate Zheng Fan earlier. Duan Lingtian, were you able to discern what happened to me earlier? Finally, Zheng Fan suppressed the wild joy in his heart and looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes flickered with a sheen of wisdom, as if he wanted to see through Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. Congratulations Peak Master for comprehending saber concept and breaking through to the void initiation stage in one go. He was naturally able to discern what had happened to Zheng Fan earlier. His words caused Zheng Fan to be enlightened. Although it was only a small matter in life, it was a knot in Zheng Fan's heart. Perhaps, even Zheng Fan himself didn't realize that it was precisely because of this knot in his heart that had trapped him and caused him to be unable to comprehend saber concept and break through to the void initiation stage. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was clearly aware that if a void prying stage martial artist wanted to break through to the void initiation stage, then besides having a cultivation at the 9th level of the void prying stage, it also required sufficient comprehension ability. Only a 9th level void prying stage expert that transformed force into concept would be able to break through to the void initiation stage. This was the iron law of Cloud Continent. So, this was also the main reason why void initiation stage experts couldn't be directly fostered using treasures of heaven and earth. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian denied that the mysterious yellow-clothed young girl, Han Xuanai, was a void initiation stage expert that day. In his eyes, in the eyes of the former Samsara Emperor Wu, no matter how high or heaven-defying her comprehension ability was, it was still impossible for her to comprehend concept. Duan Lingtian, I've still underestimated you. Zheng Fan glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, and his wise gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. You're from a small kingdom under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, yet you actually know of concept? Looks like you're really not that simple. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and looked at Zheng Fan in surprise. Peak Master, you know me quite well. Zheng Fan didn't find it strange that he knew he was from a kingdom under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Half a year ago, when he'd just arrived at the 7-Star Sword Sect, he'd spoken of this matter before Lu Qiu and the group of new disciples. So now, there were surely many people in the 7-Star Sword Sect that knew of his origins. Duan Lingtian, no matter what, if it wasn't for you today, I wouldn't have been able to successfully break through the bottleneck I've been stuck in for so many years. I, Zheng Fan, owe you a favor. Zheng Fan looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression and made a promise. He knew very well that if Duan Lingtian hadn't enlightened him today, he wouldn't have been able to break through. This was a huge favor. As heavy as Mount Tai. Hearing Zheng Fan's words, Duan Lingtian's face lit up with joy. Then I'll thank you in advance, Peak Master. From today onwards, the person before him wasn't just the Peak Master of Mizar Peak. Moreover, he was a formidable Void Initiation Stage expert. Void Initiation Stage expert, even in the entire 7-star sword sect, there were only a handful of them, and they were the absolute pillars of the 7-star sword sect. The promise of a Void Initiation Stage expert couldn't be measured with money. Zheng Fan's promise was undoubtedly a great trump card to Duan Lingtian. Zheng Fan nodded, and his eyes sized Duan Lingtian up with interest as he asked. Duan Lingtian, if I intend to take you as my disciple, are you willing to respect me as your master? As soon as Zheng Fan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian was stunned. No matter what, he never imagined that Zheng Fan would suddenly say this, ask me to take him as my master. When he saw Duan Lingtian being stunned, Zheng Fan thought that Duan Lingtian was hesitating, and continued. If you respect me as your master, I'm willing to give you my tearless knight as a gift for our first meeting. As he spoke, a narrow saber that was thin like a cicada's wing appeared in Zheng Fan's hand. The narrow saber was dark violet in color, like a specter in the night, and it flickered with strands of frightening cold lights. It was precisely the grade 6 spirit saber that Zheng Fan carried with him. A grade 6 spirit weapon was an extremely precious thing in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. There were many grade 6 alchemists in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, but grade 6 weapons craftsmen could be counted on one hand. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock. Grade 6 spirit weapon. Truthfully speaking, he really wasn't interested in this grade 6 spirit saber. He was already a 7th level origin core stage martial artist now, and was able to condense a grade 7 weapon flame. He was a grade 7 weapons craftsman. Once he broke through to the nascent soul stage, he would even be able to condense a grade 6 weapon flame. Become a grade 6 weapons craftsman. At that time, he would be able to refine a grade 6 spirit weapon himself. Peak Master, everyone in the 7-star sword sect uses swords. I never imagined that you would instead use a saber. Duan Lingtian glanced at the grade 6 spirit saber, Tearless Knight, in Zheng Fan's hand, and lightly smiled. Zheng Fan lightly stroked the blade of Tearless Knight, and his gaze was slightly blurred. After a long time, he sighed. This grade 6 spirit saber was discovered by me and my wife in the depths of the primeval forest all those years ago. At that time, I still wasn't the Peak Master of Mizar Peak. All those years ago, this grade 6 spirit saber was within the lair of a formidable nascent soul stage fierce beast. I originally intended to give it up, but for the sake of allowing me to pass the test and become the successor to the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, she instead persisted in obtaining this grade 6 spirit saber. In the end, for the sake of this grade 6 spirit saber, she was killed by that fierce beast. Although Zheng Fan spoke calmly, Duan Lingtian was still able to sense traces of a sorrowful aura from Zheng Fan's tone. She was one of the top disciples of Alcade Peak at that time, and her natural talent wasn't inferior to me. In my entire lifetime, the thing I regret the most was that I didn't stop her that day and instead accompanied her to go crazy. As he finished speaking, Zheng Fan's body lightly trembled, and he was slightly lost. Later on, that nascent soul stage fierce beast was killed by me with this grade 6 spirit saber. Before she died, she gave this grade 6 spirit saber a name. Tearless Knight. Tearless Knight is the name of the saber. As for Tearless, I knew clearly in my heart that she wanted me and Song to not shed tears for her. Later on, relying on this grade 6 spirit saber that could provide a 40% amplification of strength, I easily passed the Peak Master's successor test of Mizar Peak, and was fostered by the previous Peak Master of Mizar Peak. Later on, I took over Mizar Peak. It can be said that everything I have now was given to me by her. As Zheng Fan spoke, his eyes became slightly moist. A grade 6 spirit saber that provided a 40% amplification. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted. Although when he broke through to the nascent soul stage and became a grade 6 weapons craftsman, he would be able to refine a grade 6 spirit weapon that provided a 40% amplification, but that was because he'd inherited all the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu as a royal grade weapons craftsman. He could imagine that the weapons craftsman that refined this grade 6 spirit saber wasn't simple. However, at the same time that he was shocked in his heart, Duan Lingtian was able to deeply feel the love the wife of Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, had for Zheng Fan. For the sake of her husband's future, she would stop at nothing. Even her own life. The cord in the depths of his heart was plucked. Zheng Fan's wife was worthy of respect. Later on. For the sake of this tearless night, I started to abandon the sword to practice the saber, and switched to saber skills. Zheng Fan heaved a sigh of relief, then he looked at Duan Lingtian and squeezed out a trace of a smile on his face. If you're willing to become my disciple, I presume that my wife will approve of me giving this tearless night that has extraordinary meaning to you. Peak Master. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't have the intention of taking you as my master now. As for this tearless night, it has extraordinary meaning to you, so you should properly keep it. Zheng Fan didn't speak, and he looked seriously at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian met Zheng Fan's gaze, and his gaze was firm and unchanging. He'd inherited the lifetime worth of memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and it was equivalent to inheriting the pride of Samsara Emperor Wu. The pride of Samsara Emperor Wu caused him to be bound to not take a person that was weaker than Samsara Emperor Wu as his master. After a long time, Zheng Fan seemed to have realized Duan Lingtian's firmness, and he nodded. Never mind, everyone has their own aspirations. Even if you really take me as your master, I'm afraid I have nothing to teach you. As he finished speaking, Zheng Fan didn't force Duan Lingtian any further. Peak Master, then I'll take my leave first. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Zheng Fan, then his figure flashed as he leaped down the pavilion and steadily descended onto the ground. Zheng Fan stood before the pavilion and gazed at Duan Lingtian's figure with a complicated gaze. What sort of person is he actually? He's able to display such composure when facing a super top grade 6 spirit saber that's capable of providing an amplification of 40%. This kid will surely be extraordinary in the future. It's truly the fortune of my 7-star sword sect. Meanwhile, Lu Qiu, who was waiting for Duan Lingtian, noticed Duan Lingtian's appearance, and he greeted the nearby Zheng Song before walking towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu walked side by side, and they continued to head towards the main peak, Dubhe Peak. Target. Migres Hall. Zheng Fan returned to his senses when he saw Duan Lingtian's figure vanish at the other end of the mountain path, and he sighed. He and Duan Lingtian were bound to not have the fate of being master and disciple. Father. Meanwhile, Zheng Song arrived at the pavilion and asked. Did he agree? Obviously, Zheng Song knew of Zheng Fan's plans as well. Zheng Fan shook his head. No. No. Zheng Song was stunned. That Duan Lingtian is really so arrogant. Even father, the peak master of Mizar Peak, condescended to take him as a personal disciple, and he refused? Not only that. The corners of Zheng Fan's mouth curled into a bitter smile. I even took out the tearless night your mother left me. But he seemed to be utterly disdainful of it. Tearless night. Zheng Song's pupils constricted. He never imagined that for the sake of that Duan Lingtian, his father would even take out that grade 6 spirit saber with extraordinary significance. What he never imagined even more was that when faced with the temptation of that grade 6 spirit saber, Duan Lingtian actually remained unmoved. Such composure was shocking. After all, in the entire 7-star sword sect, only the grade 5 spirit sword in the sect leader's possession could compare to the grade 6 spirit saber in his father's possession, the grade 6 spirit swords in the possession of the other peak masters and guardian elders. In terms of amplification ability, it was far inferior to the grade 6 spirit saber in his father's possession, Tearless Knight. Father, I heard your laughter earlier, why did you laugh? Chapter 324. Zheng Fan smiled mysteriously when he heard his son's question. What do you think is still worthy of me laughing heartily now? Father, just speak frankly. Zheng Song laughed bitterly, how could he have guessed? I've broken through. Zheng Fan spoke slowly with a calm tone. However, it caused Zheng Song to be stunned on the spot, and he only recovered from his shock after a short while, then stared blankly. Father. You said you've broken through. Zheng Song looked at Zheng Fan with an expression of pleasant surprise and disbelief. Yes. Zheng Fan lightly smiled as he nodded. It's all thanks to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian? Zheng Song was slightly bewildered. He's an outer court disciple, what can he do to help father? Father, are you mistaken? This isn't related to whether he's an outer court disciple or not. Zheng Fan shook his head. Today, even if the sect leader arrived personally, he might not be able to help me break through. All in all, if it wasn't for Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid I would still need a very long time to break through. I owe him a great favor. Zheng Song gasped, it was truly difficult for him to imagine how an outer court disciple actually helped his father break through. In next to no time, under his pursuit, Zheng Fan spoke of the sequence of events. Zheng Song came to a sudden understanding. Duan Lingtian. Zheng Song was filled with gratitude towards Duan Lingtian in his heart. He was extremely clear about how many years his father had stayed at the 9th level of the void prying stage. Today, if it wasn't for Duan Lingtian enlightening his father, even after a few more years, his father might not be able to smoothly break through to the void initiation stage. This was indeed a great favor. Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu continued to walk along the main peak, Dubhe Peak, up the mountain path. Migres Hall was above. Elder Lu Qiu, when is the 7-star sword sect's inner court disciple test usually held? On the way, Duan Lingtian recalled the reason he left the stalactite cave today, and he asked Lu Qiu who was by his side. The inner court disciple test is held once every half a year, and it's usually 1 month after the outer court disciple test. Today just happens to be the day of the outer court disciple test. Therefore, there is only 1 month left until the inner disciple examination. Lu Qiu said slowly. Now, Lu Qiu, who'd seen Duan Lingtian's cultivation at the 8th level of the origin core stage, wasn't surprised that Duan Lingtian asked about the inner court disciple test. In his opinion, with Duan Lingtian's current strength, passing the inner disciple trial would be a piece of cake. Once an outer court disciple broke through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, passing the inner court disciple test would be a cinch. A month later, Duan Lingtian nodded, and then asked, Elder Lu Qiu, is there a need to register for the inner court disciple test? Lu Qiu shook his head. There's no need. On the day of the inner court disciple test, you can directly head to the Dubhe Peak's test platform. Examination platform? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He wasn't familiar with the main peak, Dubhe Peak. The assessment platform is the vast platform where you participated in the outer sect disciple assessment half a year ago. Lu Qiu patiently explained without the slightest impatience. In his eyes, the current Duan Lingtian had a boundless future. In the future, if he were to stay in the 7-star sword sect, he would surely be a pillar of the 7-star sword sect, and becoming the next sect leader of the 7-star sword sect wasn't impossible. If he were to leave the 7-star sword sect, he would surely be a great figure whose name shook the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. According to his knowledge, in the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there seemed to have never been a figure that could compare with Duan Lingtian in terms of natural talent in the martial Dao. He believed that once Duan Lingtian matured, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom might not be able to accommodate Duan Lingtian. So that's the examination platform. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. He clearly remembered that vast platform. After all, it was the place he participated in the outer court disciple test that day. Not long after, Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu finally arrived at the location of the Migres Hall. The Migres Hall was similarly situated on a vast platform halfway up Dubhe Peak, and it had a vast aura. Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu walked forward in large strides to stand side by side outside the Migres Hall. Hall Master, Lu Qiu has brought along Duan Lingtian to seek an audience. Lu Qiu stood before the Migres Hall and spoke in a loud voice, and his voice contained origin energy that extended and spread out to envelop the entire Migres Hall. In next to no time, a young man around the age of 26 or 27 with a thin figure and slight gloominess mixed between his brows walked out from within the Migres Hall. His pair of sharp eyes squinted as he looked at Lu Qiu and Duan Lingtian who were outside. Master asked the two of you to go in. This young man's voice was hoarse and low, causing others to feel extremely uncomfortable when they heard it. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown. He's the foster son of our Migres Peak's master, Wu Yongqian. Lu Qiu's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian nodded, then walked forward shoulder to shoulder with Lu Qiu, and under Wu Yongqian's lead, they walked into the Migres Hall. As soon as they entered the Migres Hall, Duan Lingtian saw the middle-aged man standing within. This middle-aged man's age was similar to the Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, and his appearance was extremely ordinary, and belonged to the type of person that couldn't be found in a crowd. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was able to vaguely detect that this middle-aged man's cultivation ought to be comparable to Zheng Fan before he broke through. 9th level of the void prying stage. He ought to be the peak master of Migres Peak. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Although he hadn't seen the peak master of Migres Peak, but as a disciple of Migres Peak, he'd still heard of him. The peak master of Migres Peak was called Wu Dao. Foster father, they've come. As expected, after Wu Yongqian brought Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu in, he bowed and reported to the peak master of Migres Peak, Wu Dao, and his hoarse and low voice was filled with reverence. Subsequently, Wu Yongqian stood behind Wu Dao. Peak Master. Lu Qiu respectfully bowed to Wu Dao. Peak Master. Duan Lingtian nodded to Wu Dao as well. If it was an ordinary time, Duan Lingtian acting like this by himself, perhaps no one would pay attention to it. But now, Duan Lingtian's attitude towards Wu Dao was a clear contrast when compared to Lu Qiu. Wu Dao's brows slightly frowned, and he was slightly displeased. Presumptuous. Wu Yongqian, who stood behind Wu Dao, had a pair of fierce eyes that were suffused with a frightening sheen as he looked at Duan Lingtian and shouted out coldly. However, Duan Lingtian instead paid no attention to Wu Yongqian, and instead looked at Wu Dao with a carefree expression, as if his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Wu Yongqian's face sank when he saw Duan Lingtian actually dared to disregard him, and his eyes flickered with gloomy cold lights that were waiting to swallow Duan Lingtian up. Lu Qiu stood by Duan Lingtian's side, and now he broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian as well. You're Duan Lingtian. Wu Dao's brows eased up, and his eyes were instantly suffused with a wisp of coldness as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a formidable imposing aura gushed out from Wu Dao's body, and it pressed down onto Duan Lingtian, the imposing aura of a 9th-level void prying stage expert. But, when faced with Wu Dao's formidable imposing aura, Duan Lingtian instead seemed to not feel anything, and he stood on the spot with an unchanged expression, not moving like a mountain. The imposing aura on Wu Dao's body ceaselessly rose. Duan Lingtian's expression still didn't change, and the corners of his mouth even curled into a wisp of a smile. It was a composed smile. What a Duan Lingtian! Finally, Wu Dao's imposing aura was completely restrained by him, and he laughed loudly, and the displeasure from before vanished without a trace. As expected of an existence that's able to kill the number one disciple in the outer court, sure how. Duan Lingtian, now, you fully deserve the title of number one disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court. Duan Lingtian didn't mind Wu Dao's sudden change in attitude, and he nodded. Thank you for your praise, Peak Master. Wu Yongqian, who was behind Wu Dao, had an additional sheen of jealousy and viciousness appear in his cold eyes when he heard Wu Dao praise Duan Lingtian. He was Wu Dao's foster son. But since he was young, he'd never heard Wu Dao praise him like this. Neither servile nor overbearing, he's a rare talent. Wu Dao looked at Duan Lingtian and nodded with satisfaction, then said, Duan Lingtian, you killed Shi Hao this time and seized the first place in the outer court martial competition, bringing honor to our Migres Peak. You said you want a reward? Reward? Duan Lingtian frowned. Wu Dao's words were filled with a condescending tone, as if a person in a higher position was speaking to a person in a lower position. This caused him to feel extremely uncomfortable. Peak Master, I'm a member of Migres Peak as well. Before leaving Migres Peak, doing some things for Migres Peak is something I ought to do. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently, and was slightly dispirited. Leave Migres Peak. Wu Dao was first stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian, then he recovered from his shock and nodded. I almost forgot, you obtained the first place in the outer court martial competition this time and obtained a profound origin fruit. If nothing unexpected happens, you ought to be at the 7th level of the origin core stage now. 7th level of the origin core stage. The corners of the mouth of the nearby Lu Qiu twitched. He felt that Wu Dao had truly underestimated Duan Lingtian too much. With your ability, stepping into the 7th level of the origin core stage and wanting to pass the inner court disciple test isn't difficult. Wu Dao looked at Duan Lingtian and pondered for a short moment, then his eyes were suffused with a burning flowing light as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, do you know why I asked Lu Qiu to get you here? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Peak Master, please tell me. Duan Lingtian, I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll be frank. At the same time that Wu Dao spoke, not only Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu, even Wu Yongqian who stood behind Wu Dao looked at Wu Dao together. Finally, Wu Dao caught his breath and said with a clear voice. I, Wu Dao, the Peak Master of Migres Peak, desire to take you, Duan Lingtian, as my personal disciple. Whoosh! As soon as Wu Dao said this, the three people including Duan Lingtian were stunned for a moment. Duan Lingtian was speechless. When did he become so popular? Duan Lingtian reacted to Wu Dao's words and shook his head. Peak Master, I'm sorry, I temporarily don't have any plans to take you as my master. He'd even refused Zheng Fan who'd broken through to the void initiation stage now, let alone this Wu Dao. Presumptuous. When Wu Yongqian who was behind Wu Dao heard that his foster father wanted to take Duan Lingtian as his personal disciple, the flames of jealousy that filled his heart almost caused his chest to explode. Chapter 325. Duan Lingtian continued to choose to disregard Wu Yongqian who was about to go berserk, as if he utterly didn't take Wu Yongqian seriously. He indeed didn't take Wu Yongqian seriously. Duan Lingtian's disregard caused Wu Yongqian's rage to practically burn to the limit. As the peak disciple of Migres Peak and an inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect, when had he ever been disregarded like this? The face of Wu Dao who was refused by Duan Lingtian sank slightly, and his eyes were suffused with a bright light as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're refusing me so straightforwardly. As the peak master of Migres Peak, Wu Dao had his own pride. Now, Duan Lingtian actually openly refused his good intentions, and it caused a ball of flames to arise within his heart. Peak Master, I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm when faced with Wu Dao who had a displeased expression, and he spoke indifferently. A wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the face of Lu Qiu who stood beside Duan Lingtian, and he sighed in his heart. This little fellow, it's his fortune that the peak master wants to take him as a disciple. He actually refused. Lu Qiu never imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually refuse to become Wu Dao's personal disciple. Although Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Tao could be said to be heaven-defying, he hadn't matured after all, and finding a good master in the Seven-Star Sword sect would undoubtedly be of great help to him. On the other hand, he could also have one more backer, and cause those people who wanted to harm him to be somewhat fearful. Now, Duan Lingtian's decision had completely exceeded his expectations. Wu Dao, the peak master of Migres Peak, an expert whose strength could be ranked in the top 10 of the Seven-Star Sword sect, intended to take Duan Lingtian as his personal disciple. Duan Lingtian had refused so straightforwardly and without the slightest consideration. It caused his scalp to go numb. Duan Lingtian. Wu Dao's gaze gradually calmed down, but the expression he looked at Duan Lingtian with didn't have the full smile from before, and his tone was slightly low. Looks like you're extremely confident of your strength. Do you think that with your natural talent, Wu Dao, the peak master of Migres Peak, don't have the qualifications to be your master? Duan Lingtian frowned. He shook his head and said, Peak master, I've never thought of that. I just don't have any plans to become your disciple. Apprenticeship? Ever since he had absorbed the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, Duan Lingtian had gained another master, a master who would not hold back from him. That teacher was none other than Samsara Emperor Wu. The reincarnation Emperor Wu was once an expert who stood at the peak of the Cloud Continent. Now, Duan Lingtian's rejection was considered tactful. If he really had to speak his mind, he would say to Wu Dao, "You want me to acknowledge you as my master? Are you worthy?" Duan Lingtian's tactful rejection was undoubtedly an excuse in Wu Dao's ears, and it caused Wu Dao's expression to become even gloomier. Duan Lingtian, you're extremely confident. But, a person can be confident, but once one is overconfident, then it's arrogance. Today, since I, Wu Dao, have opened my mouth to take you as my personal disciple, then I naturally won't easily take it back. Wu Dao's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and his words were filled with an unquestionable domineering tone. Peak master, a forced melon isn't sweet. Duan Lingtian's face sank slightly, as he never imagined that Wu Dao would be so difficult to deal with. At this moment, he only felt that the Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, was so amiable when compared to this Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao. This Wu Dao still wants to force me to take him as my master. Lu Qiu's brows slightly frowned, and he felt that Wu Dao was going slightly too far. But, Wu Dao was the peak master of Migres Peak, whereas, he was only an outer court elder of Migres Peak, and the disparity between their statuses was too great. So, even if he couldn't stand it, he didn't dare say anything. Duan Lingtian, since I've already spoken, then there's naturally no room for me to take it back. Wu Dao's tone was terrifyingly calm. Duan Lingtian's brows knit together. Is this Wu Dao a madman? If I'm not willing to take him as my master, can he still force me? Of course. Suddenly, Wu Dao spoke out once more, and he looked at Duan Lingtian. I can give you a chance. You battle my foster son. If you're able to defeat my foster son, then I can take it as I've never said anything before. But if you lose at his hands, then you must obediently become the personal disciple of I, Wu Dao. You can give up this chance. But, after giving it up, no matter if you're willing or not, you, Duan Lingtian, are the personal disciple of I, Wu Dao. If you dare gossip outside and deny that you're my, Wu Dao's, disciple, then you're going against me, Wu Dao. In the future, there won't be a place for you to stay in the Seven-Star Sword sect. As he finished speaking, Wu Dao's words were filled with tyrannical and overbearing. Duan Lingtian's face sank. This Wu Dao is so overbearing. There won't be a place for me to stay in the Seven-Star Sword sect. Does this Wu Dao really think he's the sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword sect? If it was said who was the happiest at this moment, then it was undoubtedly Wu Yongqian who stood behind Wu Dao. Duan Lingtian, do you dare battle me? Wu Yongqian looked at Duan Lingtian, his eyes flickered with a fierce light, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold and indifferent smile. As far as he was concerned, this was an opportunity. If he defeated this Duan Lingtian, then his foster father would surely be extremely satisfied. His status in his foster father's heart would rise with the tide. Peak Master, do you keep your word? Duan Lingtian still didn't pay attention to Wu Yongqian, and when Wu Yongqian's expression became exceedingly savage, he looked at Wu Dao and asked indifferently. His tone didn't contain any feelings. I, Wu Dao, am the Peak Master of Migres Peak, would I deceive a little kid like you? Wu Dao sneered when he heard Duan Lingtian, and his eyes were suffused with a trace of bright light. He knew that Duan Lingtian had taken the bait. Even though he'd heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian killing Shi Hao with a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage, and knew that Duan Lingtian had the ability to surmount a cultivation to kill an enemy, but as far as he was concerned, even if the current Duan Lingtian broke through to the 7th level of the origin core stage, it would be impossible for the current Duan Lingtian to be a match for his foster son. Although his foster son's natural talent couldn't be considered to be high, he was a 9th level origin core stage inner court disciple at any rate. Even if Duan Lingtian broke through to the 7th level of the origin core stage, it was because he'd just broken through, and his foundation was unstable. Moreover, Qian. A wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of Wu Dao's mouth, and he suddenly spoke out. Foster father. Wu Yongqian withdrew his vicious gaze that descended onto Duan Lingtian, and looked respectfully at Wu Dao. In his heart, his foster father was the heavens. The heavens that couldn't be defied. Duan Lingtian frowned. What does this Wu Dao want to do? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's face went grim when he saw a 3-foot-long blade appear out of thin air in Wu Dao's hand. Qian, use Father's autumn water and properly experience the ability of the number 1 disciple in our 7-star sword sex outer court. Wu Dao passed the 3-foot-long blade that he'd just withdrawn from his spatial ring to Wu Yongqian. This 3-foot-long blade had a glossy blade that flickered with translucent light, and it was like an expanse of autumn water that swayed, grade 6 spirit sword. Lu Qiu, who stood beside Duan Lingtian, couldn't help but go grim when he saw the 3-foot-long blade in Wu Dao's hand, and he exclaimed in a low voice. Autumn water. Wasn't it the grade 6 spirit sword in the possession of their Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao? He never imagined. For the sake of allowing his foster son, Wu Yongqian, to defeat Duan Lingtian, Wu Dao actually even withdrew the grade 6 spirit sword he carried with him. Wu Dao's actions caused Lu Qiu to feel slightly uncomfortable in his heart. As far as he was concerned, in this way, even if Wu Yongqian won, it would be an unfair victory. Yes, foster father. Wu Yongqian's eyes shone as he solemnly received the grade 6 spirit sword, autumn water, and his body lightly trembled as he was slightly excited. Grade 6 spirit sword. Although as far as Wu Yongqian was concerned, even if he didn't have a grade 6 spirit sword, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to be a match for him, but now that he had the chance to use his foster father's grade 6 spirit sword, it still caused him to feel a wave of delight. Don't disappoint me. Wu Dao said indifferently to Wu Yongqian. Don't worry, foster father. Wu Yongqian nodded solemnly as he held the grade 6 spirit sword, autumn water, and his pair of fierce eyes descended onto Duan Lingtian as if choosing to swallow him up. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's expression eased up slightly. But the gaze he looked at Wu Dao with had instead become unfamiliar and icy cold. For the sake of making him become his personal disciple, this Wu Dao actually debased himself to such an extent that he even withdrew his grade 6 spirit sword and gave it to Wu Yongqian. All for the sake of allowing Wu Yongqian to defeat him. If it was said that he was only displeased with Wu Dao before, then now he looked down upon Wu Dao from the bottom of his heart. As far as he was concerned, this was a person that couldn't afford to lose. Allowing an inner court disciple to deal with an outer court disciple like him was already an unfair victory, but now, he actually even withdrew his grade 6 spirit sword. What difference was this from cheating? A person like this wants to become my master. Duan Lingtian's face seemed to be covered in a layer of ice, and his gaze calmly stared at Wu Yongqian, who was glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. He saw the confidence on Wu Yongqian's face. Does this Wu Yongqian really think that he can defeat me just because he possesses a grade 6 spirit sword? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of imperceptible disdain. Meanwhile, Wu Dao took a few steps back, and under his gaze, Lu Qiu moved to the side as well and stopped to watch from the sidelines. For a time, an empty space appeared in the spacious audience hall. Duan Lingtian and Wu Yongqian stood facing each other. Whoosh! In Duan Lingtian's hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air, and it was precisely the grade 7 spirit sword he'd withdrawn from his spatial ring. Even though Duan Lingtian was a grade 7 weapons craftsman now, and was even able to refine a grade 7 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 31%, but he hadn't refined it yet, this grade 7 spirit sword was the spoils of the battle he'd obtained in the past. Its amplification ability was ordinary. Duan Lingtian, my foster father wants to take you as his personal disciple because he thinks highly of you. Not only do you not feel deeply grateful, you actually dare to refuse. Today, I, Wu Yongqian, will properly teach you a lesson on behalf of my foster father, and let you know that there's always someone stronger. At the same time that Wu Yongqian's cold and indifferent voice sounded out, the grade 6 spirit sword in his hand, Autumn Water, was suffused with traces of a pulsating sheen of origin energy. His origin energy skyrocketed and raged. Whoosh! Instantly, numerous lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Wu Yongqian. Chapter 326. Wu Yongqian, a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, a 9th-level origin core stage martial artist. When he exerted his full strength, he was able to exert the strength of 120 ancient mammoths. Now, relying on the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water. Above Wu Yongqian, 164 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, Autumn Water, the grade 6 spirit sword, amplified the strength of 44 ancient mammoths for Wu Yongqian. A grade 6 spirit sword that amplifies strength by 37%. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of disdain, and the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand abruptly shook, drawing out a dazzling and resplendent sword flower. At the same time, origin energy leaped and bloomed on the grade 7 spirit sword, and it was incomparably gorgeous. Instantly, 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, along with the rhythmic movement of the origin energy on the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand, the ancient mammoth silhouettes increased explosively to 140, the strength of 140 ancient mammoths. 8th level of the origin core stage. Wu Dao, who was standing in the distance, narrowed his eyes when he saw the strength Duan Lingtian displayed. A hint of astonishment appeared on his face. He was able to discern that Duan Lingtian was only able to exert such a formidable strength by relying on a grade 7 spirit sword with a cultivation at the 8th level of the origin core stage, 8th level origin core stage at the age of a little over 20. A single profound origin fruit allowed him to directly break through from the 6th level of the origin core stage to the 8th level of the origin core stage. Wu Dao was indescribably shocked in his heart, and he slightly didn't dare believe that the scene before his eyes was real. However, all this happened before his eyes, and he had no choice but to believe it. Only now did he realize. He'd still underestimated this Duan Lingtian. Now, his heart slightly sank. Even though his foster son, Wu Yongqian, possessed a grade 6 spirit sword, he never imagined that Duan Lingtian had actually broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage. He'd heard of the outer court martial competition from a few days ago. Duan Lingtian relied on a strength that was weaker than Shi Hao by over 20 ancient mammoths to kill Shi Hao. Presently, the strength his foster son, Wu Yongqian, exerted was merely the strength of 24 ancient mammoths more than Duan Lingtian. Taking a deep breath, Wu Dao calmed down his feelings, and his pair of sharp eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian as his mood surged. Let me see if you're able to defeat a strong opponent like you did a few days ago during the outer court martial competition and defeat this useless foster son of mine. Useless adopted son. This was Wu Dao's evaluation of Wu Yongqian in his heart. All those years ago, the reason he'd taken Wu Yongqian as his foster son and brought Wu Yongqian back to the Seven-Star Sword sect was because he'd taken a fancy to the natural talent Wu Yongqian revealed when he was young. Who would have thought that after a few years, Wu Yongqian's talent gradually became mediocre, making him extremely disappointed. This time, when he heard of the deeds of Duan Lingtian, he originally thought that he would be able to take a personal disciple that would command the winds and clouds on the stage of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the future. Who knew that Duan Lingtian would actually resolutely refuse him? Lu Qiu stood in the distance and wasn't surprised when he saw the strength Duan Lingtian revealed. Today, before arriving at the main peak, Dubhe Peak, he'd already witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength on the chain bridge, and he knew that Duan Lingtian was already an 8th level Origin Core Stage martial artist now. 8th level of the Origin Core Stage. Wu Yongqian stared at Duan Lingtian, his fierce eyes were suffused with coldness, and his voice was low and hoarse. Duan Lingtian, today, I'll defeat you by relying on my foster father's grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water. I want to let you know that the gap between an inner court disciple and an outer court disciple is something you're unable to surmount. Although he now knew that Duan Lingtian was an 8th level Origin Core Stage martial artist, Wu Yongqian wasn't afraid in the slightest. As far as he was concerned, the rumors about the outer court martial competition from a few days ago were most likely exaggerated by the group of 7-Star Sword sect outer court disciples. He didn't believe that Duan Lingtian had such ability. He suspected that actually, Duan Lingtian was already a 7th level Origin Core Stage martial artist at that time, but intentionally concealed his cultivation before others. Later on, during the battle with Shi Hao, he revealed the strength of a 7th level Origin Core Stage martial artist at the most critical moment, and only then was he able to kill the careless Shi Hao. Now, when he saw Duan Lingtian reveal a cultivation at the 8th level of the Origin Core Stage, he was even more certain of his past guesses in his heart. Profound Origin Fruit. It was impossible to allow a 6th level Origin Core Stage martial artist to directly break through to the 8th level of the Origin Core Stage. If Duan Lingtian knew what Wu Yongqian was thinking now, he wouldn't be surprised. A profound origin fruit was indeed unable to allow him to break through to the 8th level of the Origin Core Stage, and the current him wasn't at the 8th level of the Origin Core Stage. He was only a 7th level Origin Core Stage martial artist. Because of the uniqueness of the cultivation method he cultivated, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, it was able to allow him to possess a strength that wasn't inferior to an 8th level Origin Core Stage martial artist when he was at the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage. The gap between an inner court disciple and an outer court disciple is something I'm unable to surmount? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled when he heard Wu Yongqian's provocative words, and his eyes narrowed into a line. I don't know about other inner court disciples. But you, Wu Yongqian, I really don't take you to heart. He'd always been someone that respected him tenfold. This Wu Yongqian had aroused killing intent towards him earlier, and although he didn't pay any attention to it, it didn't mean that he didn't care. Inner court disciple? So what? I'll still *CK you to the point you're unable to get up. A cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. You're courting death. Duan Lingtian's words entered into Wu Yongqian's ears and caused Wu Yongqian to completely go berserk. His figure flashed out, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that swept towards Duan Lingtian. Nether Sword Technique. At the same time that Wu Yongqian's figure flashed out, his hoarse and low voice contained killing intent mixed within. The grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, in his hand abruptly transformed into nothingness before appearing once more, and not a short moment later, it once again vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Wu Yongqian had already arrived nearby Duan Lingtian. Nether Sword Technique. Relying on his formidable spiritual force and Samsara Emperor Wu's lifetime worth of martial experience, Duan Lingtian saw through the profundity of the sword skill Wu Yongqian executed with a single glance. This set of sword skill was nothing more than paying attention to catching one off guard. This was very similar to his sword drawing technique. But, its speed was inferior to the sword drawing arts. The nether sword technique paid attention to the combination of speed and speed. When it was fast, it was like a gale of lightning, causing one to be unable to capture it with the naked eye. When it was slow, it was like a cool breeze blowing past the clouds, confusing the opponent's line of sight. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian only felt a gust of wind assault his face. It was Wu Yongqian flashing before him, and the nether sword technique that caused one to be unable to fathom followed him like a shadow, and it had only just appeared when it vanished without a trace in the next moment. Of course, although Duan Lingtian's eyes were unable to capture the location of Wu Yongqian's sword strike, his spiritual force was able to clearly sense it. Die! Suddenly, Wu Yongqian shouted explosively. His eyes were crimson red as he exerted all his strength. Duan Lingtian was able to clearly sense with his spiritual force that the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, in Wu Yongqian's hand was currently flashing towards his abdomen with the intention of heavily injuring him. Although this Wu Yongqian wishes for nothing more than to kill me, Wu Dao hasn't spoken, so he doesn't dare kill me in the end. Right at this instant, such a thought emerged in Duan Lingtian's heart. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold. Sword drawing arts. Duan Lingtian's hand that held the sword shook, and the grade 7 spirit sword moved. Swish! The sword struck out like a bolt of lightning and vanished before Wu Yongqian's eyes. Although the strength Duan Lingtian displayed now was inferior to the strength of an entire 24 ancient mammoths from Wu Yongqian. However, the characteristic of the sword drawing arts was speed. Amongst the martial skills in the world, only speed was invincible. So fast. In the distance, Wu Dao and Lu Qiu stared fixedly at the exchange between Duan Lingtian and Wu Yongqian, and they were shocked by the speed at which Duan Lingtian drew his sword. The speed of the grade 7 spirit sword flashed out was actually not the slightest bit inferior to the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, in Wu Yongqian's hand. Duan Lingtian's eyes were unable to capture the sword in Wu Yongqian's hand, but it didn't mean that they were unable to. Now, relying on their formidable cultivations, they were able to clearly capture the trajectory of the spirit swords in Duan Lingtian and Wu Yongqian's hands flashed past. The grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand caught up to the speed of the grade 6 spirit sword in Wu Yongqian's hand. Clang! A wave of the sound of iron weapons colliding sounded out. It was the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand that had blocked the grade 6 spirit sword in Wu Yongqian's hand in the nick of time. This scene caused Wu Dao's gaze to focus. He knew clearly in his heart that the outcome of this exchange would be decided in this exchange. If either Duan Lingtian or Wu Yongqian was able to suppress the other in a head-on collision, then they would obtain victory in one go. The speed of your sword skill isn't bad, but unfortunately, your strength is far inferior to mine. Wu Yongqian's hoarse voice revealed a trace of a sneer, and the origin energy on the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, in his hands suddenly skyrocketed. The strength of 164 ancient mammoths gushed out without holding back in the slightest. He wanted to blast away the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand and heavily injured Duan Lingtian in one go. Is that so? When he heard Wu Yongqian, Duan Lingtian's handsome face with slanted brows and starry eyes bloomed with a brilliant smile, and his smile contained strong confidence mixed within. This scene caused Wu Dao to be stunned. Where did this Duan Lingtian get such great confidence from? Lu Qiu, who stood at the side, stared fixedly at the scene before his eyes as well. He wasn't present when Duan Lingtian made a move to kill Shi Hao the last time, and he felt regretful. Today, he wanted to properly experience Duan Lingtian's method of defeating a stronger opponent with the weak. He had confidence in Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted as he felt the violent energy that instantly gushed out from the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, in Wu Yongqian's hand, and a cold light flashed within. Quake energy. At practically the instant he felt the energy on the grade 6 spirit sword skyrocket, Duan Lingtian made a move and executed the formidable ability bestowed upon him by the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's WYRM Python transformation. Instantly, the origin energy on the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand started to tremble imperceptibly. The frequency of the trembling became faster and faster. Clang! The two spirit swords that had just separated collided together once again. Right when Wu Dao thought that the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was about to be blasted flying by the grade 6 spirit sword in Wu Yongxian's hand. Humph! A muffled groan suddenly sounded out. Wu Yongxian's face was livid, and the hand that held the sword seemed to have started trembling, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. Chapter 327. Wu Yongxian's hand that held the sword was dripping with blood, and his hand trembled along with the sword, but he still gritted his teeth and forcefully endured. Humph. Let's see how long you can last. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer when he saw this. The frequency of the quake energy was raised to the limit. Instantly. Ah! Wu Yongxian emitted a shrill cry and let go of the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, in his hand, but it was still too late. The bones in his wrist were shattered by the quake energy, and one of his arms was completely limp, weak and boneless. The bones in his entire arm were shattered from the quake. Clang! The grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, was blasted flying by the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand before crashing to the ground. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian withdrew his sword and slapped out with his palm. Origin energy raged as he slapped Wu Yongxian, whose origin energy had been temporarily shattered by the quake energy, flying. Bang! Accompanied by a wave of shrill cries, Wu Yongxian crashed to the ground. Wu Yongxian, whose face was ghastly pale, tightly held onto the hand that held the sword earlier, and no matter how Duan Lingtian used his other hand to shake, the hand that held the sword, and his entire arm didn't have any reaction, crippled. No! 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 Wu Yongxian's shrill cries stopped abruptly, and at this moment, he seemed to have become completely numb to the pain. His face was ghastly pale as his fierce eyes stared wide open, and he didn't dare believe that all this was real. His right hand, the most important hand, was completely crippled. Die! I want you dead! I want you dead! Wu Yongxian abruptly stood up, and his eyes emitted dense hatred as he flashed towards Duan Lingtian, wanting to risk his life against Duan Lingtian. His right hand was crippled, but he still had his left hand. Wu Yongxian's left hand was suffused with origin energy as he slapped out towards Duan Lingtian, wanting to kill Duan Lingtian to vent the hatred in his heart. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile when he saw this scene. This Wu Yongxian wasn't a match for him by relying on a grade 6 spirit sword. Could it be that he thinks he's a match for him empty-handed? Naive. Laughable. Enough. Suddenly, an angry shout rang out, causing Wu Yongxian, who was running towards Duan Lingtian, to stop and freeze in place. Although his face was still filled with unwillingness, he didn't dare to make any more movements. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? The expression of the Migres Peak's peak master, Wu Dao, was as unsightly could be, and his pair of fierce eyes descended onto Wu Yongxian as he spoke in a low voice. Wu Yongxian lowered his head in shame. But the moment he lowered his head, his eyes swept towards Duan Lingtian, filled with bloodthirsty hatred. He wanted nothing more than to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces and grind his bones to dust. Peak master, can I leave now? Duan Lingtian looked at Wu Dao and said calmly. Humph. Wu Daozhen was still angry. He snorted coldly and ignored Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not mind. He nodded to Lu Qiu, and the two of them left the Migres palace together. For a time, only Wu Dao and Lu Qiu remained in the spacious audience hall. Wu Dao put away the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, then with a raise of his hand, a medicinal pill shot out from his hand and flashed straight towards Wu Yongxian. Humph. This grade 6 Great Recovery Pill ought to be able to allow your right arm to heal completely. Thank you foster father, thank you foster father. Wu Yongxian received the grade 6 Great Recovery Pill and had an overjoyed expression as he hurriedly consumed it. In Cloud Continent, healing medicinal pills were divided into 9 grades. The lowest grade was undoubtedly the Gold Injury Pill. The Gold Injury Pill was further divided into Grade 9 Gold Injury Pill, Grade 8 Gold Injury Pill, and Grade 7 Gold Injury Pill. The middle grade healing medicinal pill was the Great Recovery Pill. It was divided into Grade 6 Great Recovery Pill, Grade 5 Great Recovery Pill, and Grade 4 Great Recovery Pill. As for the high-grade healing medicinal pill, the Life Recovery Pill, not to mention the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, even in the entire Darkhan dynasty, it was an existence of legends. According to legend, the Life Recovery Pill was divided into 3 grades. They were respectively Grade 3 Life Recovery Pill, Grade 2 Life Recovery Pill, and Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill. Supposedly, the Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill was capable of reviving the dead and regrowing bones. So long as one still had a single breath left, one could be saved by using the Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill. Of course, this was only a legend. But in next to no time, Wu Yongxian's delighted expression completely froze, and he shook his head with a sense of loss and sorrow. It's useless, the Grade 6 Great Recovery Pill is useless, what? Wu Dao was shocked, as he knew that Wu Yongxian had injured his tendons and bones in the battle with Duan Lingtian earlier, and that was why he bestowed the Grade 6 Great Recovery Pill. So long as the bone marrow wasn't injured, the Grade 6 Great Recovery Pill was capable of helping the cracked bones heal. But now, the Grade 6 Great Recovery Pill was useless. Whoosh! Wu Dao's figure flashed and gave rise to a gust of wind, and he arrived before Wu Yongxian in the blink of an eye. His speed was so swift that it was more than 10 times faster than Wu Yongxian. Wu Dao's hand grabbed onto Wu Yongxian's limp arm, and his origin energy fused into it as he inspected the injury. In the end, his pupils constricted and he had an astonished expression. What exactly did that Duan Lingtian use? It actually shattered your arm bone to such an extent. The bone marrow within your arm bone is completely destroyed. Bone marrow destroyed. An injury like this, unless it was the legendary Life Recovery Pill that could revive the dead and regrow flesh and bones, otherwise, it was utterly impossible to recover. Moreover, the Life Recovery Pill must be consumed within an hour of the injury. Otherwise, even if it was a Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill, it was still powerless to save the situation. Foster father, my hand. My hand is crippled. Wu Yongxian's face was ghastly pale, and his body lightly trembled, as he wasn't willing to believe that all this was real. This hand of his had an extraordinary meaning to him. Since a young age, he'd always used this hand to cultivate his martial skills. Now that this hand was crippled, his strength would be greatly reduced. If he wanted to use his other hand to once again cultivate his high-grade profound rank sword skill, nether sword technique, to the perfection stage, he would undoubtedly have to spend several years of bitter effort. In this way, it would surely delay his cultivation. His entire life was completely ruined. Thinking up to here, Wu Yongxian only felt as if he'd fallen into an icy pool, and his entire body was terrifyingly cold. In his heart, hatred that came from the bones arose. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. I can't live under the same sky as you. Can't live under the same sky. Wu Yongxian's eyes stared till they were perfectly round, as if they were about to be shattered by his glare. What happened earlier? Tell me in detail. Wu Dao, who stood at the side, was dazed for a moment before returning to his senses. His eyes emitted a resplendent luster as he looked at Wu Yongxian and asked in a low voice. As for Wu Yongxian's hand being crippled, he didn't seem to care much, perhaps, he'd long since stopped holding any expectations towards Wu Yongxian. Wu Yongxian noticed this as well. His heart was as cold as ice, and in the depths of his heart, his hatred towards Duan Lingtian grew even deeper. But he still answered Wu Dao honestly. I originally thought that with my strength that far surpassed his, it would be sufficient to directly crush him. Who knew that just as my strength leaked out, his origin energy seemed to have started trembling, and the speed of the trembling became faster and faster. In the end, the trembling of his origin energy directly shattered my origin energy, causing me to be powerless to continue. Not only that, when his origin energy passed through his grade 7 spirit sword to the sword in my hand, my sword and hand both started trembling along with it. I forcefully held on for an instant, and the web between my thumb and index finger was split open by him. As he spoke up to hear, Wu Yongqian's voice started trembling slightly. After that, I continued to hold on. The trembling of his origin energy instantly spread throughout my entire arm. Now it looks like if I hadn't stopped in time, perhaps all the bones in my body would have been shattered by him. Wu Yongqian's heart was filled with regret. If he knew earlier that Duan Lingtian had such ability, he would surely have chosen to abandon his sword when the web between his thumb and index finger was split open. In that way, at most his web between his thumb and index finger would be injured, and his right arm would absolutely not be injured. But unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. No matter how much regret he felt now, it was of no use, no matter how much he regretted it. Duan Lingtian. In the end, Wu Yongqian transformed all his regret into ghastly hatred, and he vented it all onto Duan Lingtian. His eyes emitted a bloodthirsty sheen, and he was simply even more ferocious than the most venomous viper. Origin energy. Trembling. After Wu Dao finished listening to Wu Yongqian's description, he slightly muttered to himself. That Duan Lingtian relied on this to defeat someone stronger. This doesn't seem to be a martial skill, nor is it force. Could it be that it's a technique that comes with the cultivation method he cultivates? Or perhaps, it's an origin energy cultivation method that's separated from martial skills? Looks like I have to find a time to have a good chat with him in private. As he thought up to this point, Wu Dao made a decision in his heart, and traces of a greedy sheen appeared within his eyes. If he was able to grasp this technique, he dared say that no one below the void initiation stage was a match for him. Outside the primeval forest. In the tranquil sky, two extremely swift figures flashed out from the primeval forest and floated high in the sky. The owners of these two figures were a young girl and an old woman. The old woman in azure clothes respectfully followed behind the young girl with a humble expression, as if she was a servant with a lowly status. The young girl in yellow clothes had a pretty and cute appearance, and her eyes moved slightly as they flickered with a mischievous sheen. Suddenly, hiss, two little heads stretched out from under the young girl's sleeve, and they were two little pythons that ceaselessly flicked their tongues. The two little pythons, one black and one white, their gold and silver eyes were looking towards the same direction in the distance, and traces of reluctance were mixed within their gazes. Little black, little white, both of you miss Big Brother Ling Tian again? The yellow-clothed young girl rubbed the little heads of the two little pythons and smiled playfully, and the two little dimples on her face were extremely cute. Hiss, the two little pythons nodded like humans. We're leaving. I'll bring both of you to look for Big Brother Ling Tian in the future, alright? When Big Brother Ling Tian sees both of you next time, we'll surely give him a huge shock. The yellow-clothed young girl revealed a crafty smile. Hiss, the two little pythons leaped with joy when they heard the yellow-clothed young girl. Young miss, we should leave. The azure-clothed old woman that floated behind the yellow-clothed young girl bowed as she spoke to the yellow-clothed young girl. Yes, Qing Nu, let's go. The yellow-clothed young girl nodded. Whoosh! Instantly, the azure-clothed old woman raised her hand, and an extremely strong and shapeless force enveloped her and the yellow-clothed young girl. Suddenly, the air shook. Chapter 328. After Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu left Migres Hall together, they returned along the path they came from. Duan Lingtian, you, on the way, Lu Qiu was slightly hesitant to speak, as if he wanted to say something, yet seemed to have some misgivings. Elder Lu Qiu, you've saved my life and have given me a new lease on life. If you have something to say, then speak frankly. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, and his smile was like a spring breeze caressing his face. Lu Qiu nodded, then continued. Although I don't know what ability you relied on to defeat someone stronger than you, kill Shi Hao, and even defeat the foster son of the Peak Master, Wu Yongqian. However, as the saying goes, an ordinary man is innocent, but treasures are a crime. Today, you revealed such terrifying ability before the Peak Master. I'm afraid the Peak Master will arouse covetous thoughts towards the ability I possess, right? Duan Lingtian continued Lu Qiu's words, and the corners of his mouth curled into an indescribable smile. Lu Qiu nodded with a serious expression. Thank you for your concern, Elder Lu Qiu. But, I had no other choice at that time, and could only do that. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed into a line, and he lightly smiled. Indeed, he had no other choice. If he didn't use quake energy, it would be impossible for him to be a match for Wu Yongqian. Once he lost at the hands of Wu Yongqian, then according to the agreement between him and the Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, he must become Wu Dao's personal disciple. For the sake of making Wu Dao dispel this thought, he naturally had to attack with his full strength and defeat Wu Yongqian. Only in this way would he be able to escape. I really don't understand why you didn't agree to the Peak Master's request. If you become the Peak Master's disciple, then to a certain extent, you'll be able to obtain his protection. At least, Zhao Lin would be afraid of you because of this, and wouldn't dare act rashly. Lu Qiu shook his head, and was extremely puzzled by Duan Lingtian's decision. As far as he was concerned, if Duan Lingtian were to take their Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, as his master, it would be extremely beneficial. Duan Lingtian only smiled when he heard Lu Qiu, and didn't say anything further. He had his own ideas. Not to mention the fact that he had inherited the memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu, there was no need for him to become the disciple of someone weaker than Reincarnation Emperor Wu. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the reason why Wu Dao wanted to take him in as his personal disciple. Wu Dao didn't really want to take him in as his personal disciple, instead, he wanted to use him to satisfy his own vanity. Duan Lingtian believed that so long as he was willing, the Seven-Star Sword sect leader would probably fight to take him as a personal disciple. The natural talent he revealed now had already surpassed the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. In the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there had never been an existence that possessed such a cultivation at his age. Suddenly. It's you. Duan Lingtian, who was walking on the mountain road, heard a thunder-like explosion, which woke him up from a dream. He glanced over. Duan Lingtian saw a person walking up Dubhe Peak along the mountain path. This was a young man around the age of 25 or 26 that wore the uniform of a Seven-Star Sword sect inner court disciple. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian felt that this person was slightly familiar. This inner court disciple looked at Duan Lingtian with eyes that emitted flames, and he seemed as if he wished for nothing more than to directly charge over and fight Duan Lingtian to the death. Fan Jian. Lu Qiu, who was by Duan Lingtian's side, obviously recognized this inner court disciple. Meanwhile, the inner court disciple noticed Lu Qiu, and he took a deep breath before slightly bowing respectfully to Lu Qiu. Elder Lu Qiu. What? You know Duan Lingtian? Lu Qiu looked at Fan Jian and asked with slight surprise. He clearly saw the gaze Fan Jian shot at Duan Lingtian earlier. It was a gaze that was filled with hatred and rage. He couldn't help but be slightly curious. According to his knowledge, Fan Jian had left the Seven-Star Sword sect half a year ago and went on a long journey. Looking at Fan Jian's travel-worn appearance, he'd obviously just returned. Whereas Duan Lingtian had only entered the Seven-Star Sword sect half a year ago, and he was from a small kingdom under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Fan Jian to know Duan Lingtian. Not only do I know him. Fan Jian looked at Duan Lingtian with a ferocious gaze and a face that emitted resentment. Do I know you? Duan Lingtian frowned and was slightly speechless. There's nothing wrong with this inner court disciple's head, right? Although he felt that Fan Jian was slightly familiar. But he remembered that during the half-year he'd arrived at the Seven-Star Sword sect, he seemed to have utterly not come into contact with any inner court disciple. Looks like you've really forgotten. Then I'll properly remind you. Half a year ago, Black Bamboo City, restaurant. Fan Jian gnashed his teeth. This fellow asked the people by his side to throw him out of the restaurant that day, causing him to lose face. Now, he'd actually completely forgotten about it. Fan Jian originally thought that he'd already tossed that matter to the back of his mind. Only when he saw Fan Jian once again did he notice that the resentment in his heart hadn't vanished. Half a year ago. Black Bamboo City, restaurant. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he completely recalled. You're that inner court disciple that intended to forcefully buy the infant rat in my possession with Hua Xian and Yuan Wu at the Black Bamboo City restaurant that day? Humph. Looks like you've finally remembered. Fan Jian sneered when he saw Duan Lingtian recognizing him. But he was slightly bewildered in his heart. This young man had actually become an outer court disciple now. Looks like the guess of him, Hua Xian, and Yuan Wu that day was correct. He really did appear in Black Bamboo City that day because he intended to enter the Seven-Star Sword sect. Moreover, this young man seemed to know Hua Xian and Yuan Wu. Could it be that Hua Xian and Yuan Wu had already taught him a lesson? Hua Xian? Yuan Wu? The corners of Lu Qiu's mouth twitched when he heard Duan Lingtian. He vaguely realized something. He still remembered that half a year ago, not long after Duan Lingtian entered the Seven-Star Sword sect, he had a conflict with Hua Xian and Yuan Wu, and even entered the life and death arena. Hua Xian and Yuan Wu were killed by Duan Lingtian in a single move on the Migres Peak's life and death arena. It was precisely after that battle that Duan Lingtian became a famous person on Migres Peak. At that time, he felt it was slightly strange. Duan Lingtian had just entered the Seven-Star Sword sect, and logically speaking, it was impossible for him to have such a large conflict with Hua Xian and Yuan Wu, and it was actually to the extent that he had to ascend the life and death arena to determine life and death. Now, when he heard Duan Lingtian, he seemed to have understood something. So it turned out that Hua Xian and Yuan Wu had once wanted to forcefully buy Duan Lingtian's things. Perhaps, it was precisely because of this that the conflict occurred. Fan Jian, Hua Xian, and Yuan Wu had a conflict with Duan Lingtian at that time. Lu Qiu's heart jerked as a bad premonition arose within his heart. Yes, I remember now. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently, then looked calmly at Fan Jian with a carefree expression. Humph. Slight rage arose on Fan Jian's face when he saw Duan Lingtian acting as if nothing had happened, and he said in a low voice, "You're called Duan Lingtian, right? Since you know that the two outer court disciples that were with me that day were Hua Xian and Yuan Wu, I presume you've already been taught a lesson by them. However, that's that. They taught you a lesson because they wanted to settle the debt between the two of you. The debt you owe me, Fan Jian, has yet to be settled." Fan Jian looked at Duan Lingtian, and his gaze gradually went icy cold. Yes, I've indeed been taught a lesson by them. Duan Lingtian nodded in all seriousness, then glanced deeply at Fan Jian and said in his heart. However, for the sake of teaching me a lesson, they threw away their lives as well. Very good. Fan Jian's face revealed a gloomy smile. That day in Black Bamboo City, you had a nascent soul martial artist protecting you. But now, you're in the Seven-Star Sword sect. No one can protect you. So what? Duan Lingtian laughed, and he laughed extremely brilliantly. Now he was able to discern it. This Fan Jian had probably just returned to the Seven-Star Sword sect. He remembered that at that time, he didn't know if it was Hua Xian or Yuan Wu, but they seemed to have said that Fan Jian had left the Seven-Star Sword sect and went on a long journey. Now it would seem that Fan Jian ought to have just returned. How about it? Fan Jian's face sank when he saw the smile on Duan Lingtian's face, and a cold light flickered within his eyes. Duan Lingtian, that day, you caused me to lose face in public. Today, I'll give you a chance. You, crawl under my crotch, and everything between us will be written off. The smile on Duan Lingtian's face completely froze when he heard Fan Jian. Crawl under my pants. Instantly, raging flames leaped about in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes, and it seemed as if it could ignite everything. Duan Lingtian was enraged. Did this Fan Jian really think that he was afraid of him? Lu Qiu's face abruptly went gloomy, then he looked at Fan Jian and shouted out in shock. Fan Jian, apologize to Duan Lingtian right now. Lu Qiu felt Duan Lingtian's rage. Fan Jian was frightened by Lu Qiu's sudden shout, and he frowned and was slightly displeased. Although he was from Migres Peak and had a good relationship with Lu Qiu, but Lu Qiu acting like this would undoubtedly cause him to lose face in public. Elder Lu Qiu, Fan Jian's face sank, and he wanted to say something, but he hadn't finished speaking when his face froze, and his eyes emitted traces of disbelief and terror. Because, it was at this moment that he received Lu Qiu's voice transmission. Fan Jian, half a year ago, Duan Lingtian had just entered the Seven-Star Sword sect when he killed Hua Xian and Yuan Wu on the life and death arena. Later on, he killed a 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple. A few days ago, during the Outer Court martial competition, Duan Lingtian killed the number 1 disciple in the Outer Court, Shi Hao. Just earlier, the foster son of my Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, Wu Yongqian, an existence at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage. Only a single move and lost at his hands. If you don't want to cause trouble and end up like Hua Xian and Yuan Wu, then apologize right now. Lu Qiu's voice was like a thunderclap that blasted Fan Jian to the point he was shocked. This Duan Lingtian had only entered the Seven-Star Sword sect for half a year, and had already done so many shocking things. Moreover, even senior brother Wu Yongqian wasn't a match for him. Forget about Hua Xian, Yuan Wu, and Shi Hao, they were only outer court disciples and he didn't take them seriously. But Wu Yongqian, but they were inner court senior brothers that even he felt inferior to. Now, even Wu Yongqian had lost at the hands of Duan Lingtian. If he were to go against Duan Lingtian, the outcome could be imagined. Although he wasn't willing to believe it, Fan Jian knew clearly in his heart that it was impossible for Elder Lu Qiu to deceive him. Humph. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and when he saw Fan Jian greet Lu Qiu, his throat seemed as if it was choked by someone, and he was unable to speak any longer. He'd already guessed it. Chapter 329. Duan Lingtian, I'm sorry. Fan Jian's face slightly trembled and was slightly distorted. In the end, he seemed to have made a great decision as he gritted his teeth and apologized to Duan Lingtian. His face was filled with unwillingness and didn't have the slightest sincerity. Today, out of respect for Elder Lu Qiu, I can bury the hatchet with you. However, as the saying goes, spilled water can't be undone. Duan Lingtian looked at Fan Jian and his gaze became slightly icy cold. Since some words have been spoken, then they must be paid the price. At practically the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Lu Qiu and Fan Jian's expressions changed. Duan Lingtian moved. Swish! The great seven-spirit sword that appeared out of thin air in Duan Lingtian's hand seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning, whistling past and disappearing in a flash. At practically the same time. Ah! Fan Jian emitted a shrill cry. The little finger on his right hand was cut off by Duan Lingtian. Fresh blood splattered as the severed finger fell to the ground. This was the price that Duan Lingtian wanted Fan Jian to pay. Fan Jian took a deep breath, his face flushed red, and origin energy pulsed at the wound on his little finger, temporarily stopping the bleeding. Just when Fan Jian's gaze fell on the severed finger on the ground and was thinking of picking it up and finding an alchemist to connect it. Swish! As if he'd realized Fan Jian's intentions, the Grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand shook and flashed out, picking up the severed finger and sweeping it out of Dubhe Peak, falling into the bottomless abyss and disappearing. Now, even if Fan Jian ran down Dubhe Peak and found the severed finger, it would be impossible to connect it. Duan Lingtian. This scene caused Fan Jian's eyes to turn crimson red as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Fan Jian seemed to have transformed into a fierce beast that opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian. His chest was filled with restless flames of rage that could gush out at any moment. The enmity between you and me is now written off. Duan Lingtian ignored the enraged Fan Jian and spoke in a calm tone. He didn't wait for Fan Jian's reply and casually put away the Grade 7 spirit sword in his hand and walked down Dubhe Peak. At this moment, some of the inner disciples who were passing by were dumbfounded as they watched Duan Lingtian leave. Who was this outer sect disciple? He was actually so valiant. He chopped off the pinky of an inner disciple and swept it into the bottomless abyss, not giving the other party a chance to reconnect it. Fan Jian, take care of yourself. Lu Qiu took a deep look at the furious Fan Jian, shook his head and sighed. The saying, trouble comes from the mouth, was used to describe the current Fan Jian. He could tell that even though Duan Lingtian had recognized Fan Jian, he was still calm and did not show any signs of anger. In other words, Duan Lingtian had no intention of doing anything to Fan Jian at that time. Only when Fan Jian threatened to let Duan Lingtian crawl between his legs did Duan Lingtian emit a dense killing intent that caused even Lu Qiu to feel fear. He knew that if it wasn't for him saving Duan Lingtian's life on the chain bridge today, Duan Lingtian would absolutely not let Fan Jian off so easily because of him. In Cloud Continent, the strong were respected. Every martial artist that possessed the heart of an expert had their own dignity. Duan Lingtian, the rare genius martial artist of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, his dignity undoubtedly surpassed ordinary martial artists. The person that trampled on his dignity could already be considered to be lucky to be able to survive. Fan Jian's eyes emitted dense coldness as he gazed at Duan Lingtian's disappearing figure. Asking him to write off all the enmity between him and Duan Lingtian just like this? No. He wasn't willing. However, when he thought of the strength Duan Lingtian possessed now, a trace of reason arose within his heart. Finally, reason prevailed and suppressed the flames of rage that filled his heart. When Fan Jian returned to his senses and saw the group of inner court disciples standing nearby and looking at him, his face sank and he shouted in a low voice. What are you looking at? The group of inner court disciples dispersed in an uproar when they saw Fan Jian fly into a rage out of humiliation. When they arrived near the chain bridge that led to Miguez Peak, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Lu Qiu and said, Elder Lu Qiu, I still have some other matters to attend to, so I won't be returning with you for now. Okay, you go ahead. Lu Qiu nodded, then walked towards the chain bridge by himself. Duan Lingtian looked at his surroundings, then circled around the various mountain roads of Miguez Peak where streams of people flowed. After half an hour, he walked down Dubhe Peak after confirming that he wasn't followed by anyone. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian arrived near the entrance to the sect. The Seven-Star Sword sect had a place that specialized in rearing horses, and the Fergana horse that Duan Lingtian rode over half a year ago was left here. I'm going to get the horse. Duan Lingtian walked into the stable and walked towards an outer court disciple that reared horses, then lightly smiled. Number plate. The outer court disciple spoke as he raised his head to look at Duan Lingtian. With just a glance, the outer court disciple was stunned on the spot, then stared blankly at Duan Lingtian, then he rubbed his eyes and asked with slight uncertainty. Your senior brother Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian withdrew a number plate from his spatial ring and passed it to the outer court disciple, then nodded. You know me? Of course. The outer court disciple hurriedly nodded with an excited expression. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I went to watch the outer court martial competition that day as well. You're too formidable. Even senior brother Sure Hao isn't a match for you. Duan Lingtian smiled. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, the horse in the stable that this number plate corresponds to is yours? Suddenly, the outer court disciple glanced at the number plate that Duan Lingtian passed over and asked respectfully. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, in the future, I'll surely properly get more delicious food for your horse, and guarantee that it'll be able to walk as if it's flying. The outer court disciple laughed slyly as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Then I'll thank you first. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. What's your name? The outer court disciple instantly had an excited expression when he heard Duan Lingtian ask his name. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I'm called Mou, Mo as in ink, and U as in corn. I'll remember it, Mou. Duan Lingtian nodded. Let's go, bring me to get the horse. Yes. Hearing this, Mou hurriedly brought Duan Lingtian inside. Mou, did you volunteer to come to the stable to look after the horses? Duan Lingtian looked at this outer court disciple who was similar in age to him and asked curiously. Yes. Mou nodded and laughed slyly. My family's conditions are ordinary, and my current strength isn't strong enough, so I don't dare to go deep into the primeval forest. So, I applied to look after these horses, and this way I can earn a salary. Duan Lingtian nodded. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw his Fergana horse. Compared to half a year ago, the Fergana horse was much fatter. Come to think of it, in this half a year, the Fergana horse was raised like a pig. It would be strange if it didn't gain weight. Mounting the Fergana horse, Duan Lingtian smiled to Mou. Then I'll be leaving first. Take care, senior brother Duan Lingtian. Under Mou's respectful gaze, Duan Lingtian spurred his horse out of the stable and left the 7-star sword sex entrance to head towards Black Bamboo City. I wonder when I'll be able to possess even half of senior brother Duan Lingtian's strength. Mou's eyes were filled with anticipation and firmness. After half a year, Duan Lingtian once again came to Black Bamboo City. In next to no time, he arrived at the courtyard house he bought that day. Young master. When Xiong Quan saw Duan Lingtian, he was as humble and respectful as before. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and slowly said, Xiong Quan, I came to look for you this time mainly for the sake of refining a grade 7 spirit cleansing pill for you to consume. After 3 months, your cultivation will be able to completely recover. Completely recover my cultivation? Xiong Quan's face was filled with excitement when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. His tiger-like eyes were misty. Thank you, young master, thank you, young master. Xiong Quan excitedly thanked Duan Lingtian. He could finally recover his cultivation from his prime, 6th level of the void prying stage. Moreover, during these past few years, although his cultivation couldn't recover to its former state, he didn't dare slack off in the slightest when it came to cultivation. He was confident that once his cultivation recovered to the 6th level of the void prying stage, it wouldn't be long before he would be able to smoothly break through to the 7th level of the void prying stage. After a short moment, Xiong Quan calmed down his feelings and realized that he'd neglected Duan Lingtian, and an apologetic expression appeared on his face. Young master, I'm sorry, I was too excited. I can understand. Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't mind. Young master, you're able to refine a grade 7 spirit cleansing pill now. Then doesn't that mean you've already broken through to? Finally, Xiong Quan, who recovered from his shock, realized an extremely important problem. According to his knowledge, only an alchemist at the 7th level of the origin core stage or above was able to condense a grade 7 pill fire and refine a grade 7 medicinal pill. Exactly, I've broken through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. Duan Lingtian didn't conceal it and nodded. Congratulations, young master. At the same time that Xiong Quan congratulated Duan Lingtian, a tempestuous storm arose in his heart. It's only been half a year and young master has already broken through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. Presently, young master seems to be less than 21 years old, right? A 7th level origin core stage martial artist less than 21 years old, just thinking about it caused Xiong Quan's scalp to go slightly numb. Alright, stand on guard for me and don't let anyone disturb me. I'll help you refine a grade 7 spirit cleansing pill. Duan Lingtian greeted Xiong Quan before walking into his former room. The room was extremely clean, as Xiong Quan had obviously asked someone to clean it on normal days. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian withdrew his cauldron, but didn't directly start refining the pill. What he wanted to refine now was a grade 7 spirit cleansing pill, and this grade 8 spirit weapon cauldron was already insufficient. Grade 7 pill fire was sufficient to directly cripple a grade 8 spirit weapon cauldron. So, what he wanted to do now was to refine a grade 7 spirit weapon cauldron. This grade 8 spirit weapon cauldron was given to him by Li Fei's grandfather that day, and it was a cauldron refined by the teacher of Li Fei's grandfather using high-quality weapons refining materials. He only needed to add some materials and Duan Lingtian would be able to advance it to a grade 7 spirit weapon. This was something that Duan Lingtian had planned since long ago. It was even to the extent that when he left the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that day, amongst the materials he asked the various powers to gather, there were materials for refining a grade 7 spirit weapon cauldron. So, what he wanted to do now was to advance the grade of the cauldron. Chapter 330. After taking out the materials, Duan Lingtian's gaze squinted. Hiss! With a flip of his palm, a strand of flame lit up at the center of his palm, raging, soaring, and spreading. This flame was golden in color, dazzling and resplendent. It was precisely a grade 7 weapon flame. Along with the rising of the grade 7 weapon flame, the pile of weapons refinement materials that Duan Lingtian took out quickly melted, transforming into pools of liquid before finally fusing together under the control of Duan Lingtian. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian had melted the grade 8 spirit weapon cauldron as well. Another pool of liquid appeared. In the end, the two pools of liquid converged together and gradually fused together. Under the control of the grade 7 weapon flame in Duan Lingtian's hand, they gradually fused into one, and didn't separate any longer. The entire process took more than an hour. The grade 7 weapon flame raged, and under the control of Duan Lingtian, the liquid that had completely fused into one gradually condensed into shape, transforming into the cauldron embryo of a cauldron. The cauldron embryo gradually became clear, and in the end, it transformed into an exquisite cauldron. Around the cauldron were 9 lifelike domineering divine dragons. I'll call you the 9-dragon cauldron in the future. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile as he looked at the cauldron before him, and along with the grade 7 weapon flame in his hand gradually extinguishing, the 9-dragon cauldron slowly descended into his hand. This was the first time Duan Lingtian was refining a weapon since becoming a grade 7 weapons craftsman. He who possessed the lifetime worth of weapons refinement experience of Emperor Wu of Samsara was able to easily refine this cauldron without encountering any resistance. Everything was so natural. Since he now possessed the grade 7 spirit weapon cauldron, the 9-dragon cauldron, Duan Lingtian could start refining the grade 7 spirit cleansing pill. The grade 7 spirit cleansing pill was sufficient to completely remove the remaining origin restriction goo in Xiong Quan's body and allow Xiong Quan to recover his strength at his prime. Once Xiong Quan recovered, it would be an extremely great assistance to Duan Lingtian. At his prime, Xiong Quan was a 6th level void prying stage martial artist after all. It was precisely because of this that not long after he broke through to the 7th level of the origin core stage and became a grade 7 alchemist, he impatiently rushed back to Black Bamboo City for the sake of helping Xiong Quan remove the remaining origin sealing parasite poison. The materials required for the grade 7 spirit cleansing pill were also one of the materials he asked the various powers of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city to help gather. Now, he could directly refine it. Chi. With a flip of his hand, Duan Lingtian once again condensed a wisp of golden flames in his hand. This strand of golden flame was different from the grade 7 weapon flame from before. It was completely condensed together, and its color was deep. 7th grade alchemy fire. Duan Lingtian took out a pile of medicinal ingredients and combined them with the 9 dragons cauldron and grade 7 pill fire. After spending an entire 2 hours, he finally refined the grade 7 spirit cleansing pill, 3 grade 7 spirit cleansing pills. Duan Lingtian walked out of the room and passed the 3 grade 7 spirit cleansing pills into Xiong Quan's hand, and at the same time, he instructed. Xiong Quan, your cultivation will recover to its prime in 3 months. At that time, I intend to make a trip to Solitary Peak. Solitary Peak, Shangguan Yan. It was precisely the person that the Boundless Sect's young sect leader asked Duan Lingtian to find that day. Duan Lingtian had a voice transmission jade slip in his hand, and it was the Boundless Sect's young sect leader who asked him to pass it to Shangguan Yan. Yes. Xiong Quan replied respectfully, and a wisp of gratitude appeared in his eyes. He was once a member of the Boundless Sect, and Duan Lingtian was still able to remember the Boundless Sect's young sect leader's instructions, and it caused him to feel gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Recover well, I'll come look for you 3 months from now. Duan Lingtian informed Xiong Quan before leaving the courtyard house and Black Bamboo City. After returning to the 7-star sword sect, he returned to Migres Peak. After vigilantly circling a few rounds around the various mountain roads that were filled with people flowing about on Migres Peak, and after half an hour, after confirming that it was impossible for anyone to follow him, Duan Lingtian turned into a remote mountain road and headed towards the peak of Migres Peak. Today, Zhao Lin's madness caused Duan Lingtian to realize that he was in danger. He had to be careful. Once Zhao Lin found an opportunity, he would be doomed eternally. After returning to the stalactite cave, Duan Lingtian calmed his heart and cultivated, waiting for the arrival of the inner court disciple test. During this 1 month of time, besides cultivating, Duan Lingtian also made a trip to the primeval forest, and during the process of killing fierce beasts, he tested out the scope of effect of the quake energy he possessed now. He still remembered that when he was at the 4th level of the origin core stage, the scope of effect of the quake energy was within the body of 10 ancient mammoths. When he was at the 5th level of the origin core stage, the scope of effect of the quake energy was within the body of 20 ancient mammoths. When he was at the 6th level of the origin core stage, the scope of effect of the quake energy was within the body of 30 ancient mammoths. Now, his cultivation had stepped into the 7th level of the origin core stage, and the scope of effect of the quake energy had increased to within the body of 50 ancient mammoths in one go. In other words, so long as his opponent's strength didn't exceed the strength of 50 ancient mammoths, then his quake energy would be able to be effective. Once my cultivation breaks through to the 9th level of the origin core stage, the 3rd form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the WYRM Python form, will be perfected. At that time, the quake energy will increase to the limit as well. But I wonder to what extent the quake energy will increase to at that time. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his eyes flickered with bright lights that were filled with anticipation. A month of time quickly passed. The day of the inner court disciple test arrived as scheduled. Duan Lingtian left the stalactite cave, left the peak of Migres Peak, and arrived nearby the trade hall. Right when Duan Lingtian was about to step onto the chain bridge. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard a slightly familiar voice sound out from behind him, but he was unable to recall who it was for a moment. Turning around, Duan Lingtian saw the young man that walked over with large strides. The young man's face squeezed out a trace of a smile. He Dong. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. The person that arrived was none other than the Migres Peak 7th level origin core stage outer court disciple, He Dong. In next to no time, relying on his acute spiritual force and the lifetime of experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was able to sense that there seemed to be a trace of a slight change on Hidong, and he had a guess in his heart. Duan Lingtian, you're intending to participate in the inner court disciple test, right? Hidong stood before Duan Lingtian and lightly smiled as he asked. He could be arrogant before other Migres Peak disciples, but before Duan Lingtian, he was unable to be arrogant in the slightest. In terms of natural talent, in terms of strength, he was unable to compare with this young man that was a little over 20. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. I heard that after you consumed the profound origin fruit, you broke through to the 8th level of the origin core stage in one go. Congratulations. Hidong congratulated with a smile on his face. Duan Lingtian nodded, and he wasn't the slightest bit surprised that Hidong was able to know his current cultivation. After all, many people saw him exert a strength comparable to the 8th level of the origin core stage that day, and now, perhaps it had already spread throughout Migres Peak. Congratulations to you too. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and congratulated Hidong as well. Congratulations to you too. Hidong was stunned and was unable to react for a time. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Hidong, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Didn't you break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage as well? You ought to be intending to participate in the inner court disciple test now, right? You. How did you know? Hidong was stunned. How did this Duan Lingtian see through it? After all, he'd only broken through a few days ago, and after he broke through, no one had mentioned the matter of him breaking through to anyone, nor had he revealed his cultivation at the 8th level of the origin core stage before anyone. Now, it was seen through by Duan Lingtian, and it caused him to be extremely astounded. Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously. Duan Lingtian, I'm unable to see through you more and more now. Hidong sighed. No matter if it was witnessing the former number 1 disciple in the outer court, Shi Hao, being killed by Duan Lingtian that day, or this time, Duan Lingtian was able to see through his cultivation with a single glance, it all caused him to realize how mysterious Duan Lingtian was. This Duan Lingtian seemed to conceal many secrets. Since both of us are going to participate in the inner court disciple test, then how about we go together? Hidong looked at Duan Lingtian and issued an invitation. I'm fine with it. Duan Lingtian shrugged and spoke indifferently. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Hidong stepped onto the chain bridge together, and after arriving at the main peak, Dubhe Peak, they walked all the way down the mountain towards the test platform. Duan Lingtian had come to the test platform 7 months ago. At that time, he'd just arrived at the 7-star sword sect, and he'd passed the outer court disciple test there to become a member of the 7-star sword sect. When Duan Lingtian and Hidong arrived at the test platform, there were already many people waiting there. Duan Lingtian. A familiar voice sounded out by his ears, and Duan Lingtian looked over, and the young woman that stood alone at the side slowly walked over. The young woman had a delicate and pretty appearance, a pair of beautiful eyes that were extremely lively, and a wisp of a light smile appeared on her face. Senior Sister Zhuqing. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he greeted the delicate and pretty young woman. The delicate and pretty young woman was precisely Li Fei's senior sister, Zhuqing. Duan Lingtian, I heard that you broke through to the 8th level of the origin core stage 1 month ago. Looks like the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit has really been completely unearthed by you. Obviously, Zhuqing had heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian breaking through as well. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he spoke modestly. There's nothing to be lucky about. Zhuqing shook her head, then said, I heard that after you broke through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, junior sister cultivated even more painstakingly. I'm afraid it won't be long before she'll be able to smoothly break through to the 6th level of the origin core stage. When she mentioned Li Fei, Zhuqing's eyes emitted traces of doting. She liked that junior sister that had extraordinary natural talent from the bottom of her heart. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. That little girl is always so eager to excel. Suoqing, you've come to participate in the inner court disciple test as well? Could it be that you've broken through as well? He Dong looked at Suoqing with a face full of surprise. Suoqing shook her head. Who said that one can only participate in the inner court disciple test after breaking through? It is indeed difficult for a 7th-level origin core stage martial artist to pass the inner court disciple test, but it isn't like there's no chance to pass. As she finished speaking, Suoqing had a face full of confidence. Besides, if you can come, then why can't I? Chapter 331. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled when he saw Suoqing's current attitude towards Hedong. Looks like his senior sister Suoqing was still unable to accept the fact that she lost to Hedong in the outer court martial competition the other day. At that time, it was only because Suoqing made a mistake that she lost to Hedong, otherwise, the two of them might not be able to determine a victor. Hedong laughed bitterly, then glanced at Duan Lingtian with a pleading gaze. Duan Lingtian looked at Suoqing and lightly smiled. Senior sister Suoqing, there's something you might not know. Hedong has already broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage a few days ago. Suoqing's expression froze when she heard Duan Lingtian, as she obviously didn't expect that Hedong would break through before her. After a short moment, Suoqing looked at Hedong and grunted in a low voice. Although she was unwilling to admit it, she still had to admit it. Even if Hedong defeated her in the outer court martial competition the other day purely by luck. Now, Hedong had broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage and was already not on the same level as her, so he could easily defeat her. Humph. Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, then a familiar and ear-piercing voice sounded out. Hedong, I never expected that you've broken through as well. If there's a chance, let's spar. Duan Lingtian frowned. He didn't see the person, but only heard the voice, and he'd already discerned who the owner of the voice was. Hu Shuefeng. The personal disciple of the Merak Peak's master. From what Hu Shuefeng said now, he could discern that he'd broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage as well. Hu Shuefeng had just stepped onto the test platform, and obviously heard what Duan Lingtian said to Suoqing. He walked over in large strides, then looked at Suoqing and his eyes narrowed. Suoqing, now, amongst us, it seems that only you haven't broken through. You have to work hard. Ha! Hu Shuefeng's words weren't without ridicule. Hu Shuefeng. Suoqing's delicate and pretty face sank, and her beautiful eyes seemed to have a trace of rage arose within. What? You've become angry from embarrassment? Hu Shuefeng started laughing. Suoqing, it's not that I'm looking down on you. But even if I didn't break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, you're still not a match for me. As for now, you, a 7th level origin core stage martial artist, I, Hu Shuefeng, only need a single sword strike to defeat you. Suoqing was so angry that her delicate body trembled. Her pretty face turned ashen as she said coldly, you can try. I'm happy to oblige. Hu Shuefeng smiled brightly, with a bit of arrogance between his brows. He did not put Suoqing in his eyes at all. At this moment, the other outer court disciples who were preparing to participate in the inner court disciple test noticed the commotion and gathered around to watch the show, just when everyone thought that Hu Xiefeng and Suoqing were about to fight. Humph. A cold snort that seemed to have come from an ice cave brought with it an extreme coldness, causing the bodies of the people present to tremble uncontrollably. For a time, the gazes of everyone present fell onto Duan Lingtian, who was beside Suoqing. This cold snort came from Duan Lingtian. Suoqing was Li Fei's senior sister. Li Fei was Duan Lingtian's woman. Duan Lingtian naturally took Suoqing to be his senior sister. Now, his senior sister was being provoked and humiliated right in front of him, with his temper, would he be able to endure it? The answer was no. Hu Shuefeng. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold as it descended onto Hu Shuefeng, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. So what if you've broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage? Do you believe that I only need a single sword strike to kill you? I only need a single sword strike to kill you. Duan Lingtian's straightforward words entered into Hu Shuefeng's ears, causing Hu Shuefeng's face to instantly stiffen, and his eyes emitted a fierce light. Hu Shuefeng's body was angered to the point of trembling, and he was enraged to the limit. Duan Lingtian, what are you complacent about? You've only consumed the profound origin fruit to possess your current cultivation. If it wasn't for that, why would I, Hu Shuefeng, be afraid of a 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple like you? Hu Shuefeng's face sank, and his icy cold eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. He'd heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian breaking through to the 8th level of the origin core stage 1 month ago. At that time, his rage shot to the skies. As far as he was concerned, that profound origin fruit ought to be his, but it was seized by Duan Lingtian halfway through. Otherwise, once he consumed the profound origin fruit, his cultivation might have already broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage. Ha! Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh when he heard Hu Shuefeng, and after he finished laughing, his gaze focused onto Hu Shuefeng. Hu Shuefeng, on that day, during the outer court martial competition, I was only a 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple. You, a high and mighty 7th level origin core stage outer court disciple, why didn't you dare battle me? Now, do you think that because you've broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, you have the confidence to think that I, who was at the 6th level of the origin core stage, wasn't a match for you? As he finished speaking, the sneer on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth grew deeper. Of course. Hu Shuefeng sneered, and his eyes emitted a strand of cold light. If you were still a 6th level origin core stage martial artist, then the current me would only need a single sword strike to kill you. Shameless. Zhuo Qing couldn't help but spit when she heard Hu Shuefeng. The surrounding crowd of outer court disciples all looked at Hu Shuefeng with strange expressions. When this Hu Shuefeng's cultivation was at the 7th level of the origin core stage, he didn't have the guts to battle the 6th level origin core stage Duan Lingtian. Now that he'd broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, he was boasting here, saying that he would be able to kill the former 6th level origin core stage Duan Lingtian with a single sword strike. Absurd. You, Hu Shuefeng, have broken through, and you still want others to stay where they are and be oppressed by you? Simply the ravings of a fool. Haha, Duan Lingtian laughed once more, and his eyes flickered with a bright light as he stared at Hu Shuefeng. Hu Shuefeng, according to what you mean, if the current you were to face the me from a month ago before I consumed the profound origin fruit, then you wouldn't be cowardly to the point of not daring to battle me? Even to the extent that you would be able to kill me with a single sword strike? Of course. Hu Shuefeng had a proud expression, as he who'd broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage was incomparably confident. If Duan Lingtian was still a 6th level origin core stage martial artist now, then he had the confidence to be able to kill Duan Lingtian with a single sword strike. Alright. Duan Lingtian started laughing, and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Since you said so, then I'll give you a chance. Duan Lingtian's words caused most of the people present to be stunned. They didn't understand the meaning of Duan Lingtian's words. Zhuo Qing and He Dong looked at Duan Lingtian as if they were lost in thought. As for Hu Shuefeng, his face sank slightly, and a bad premonition arose within his heart. Hu Shuefeng. Duan Lingtian looked at Hu Shuefeng, then abruptly took a step forward as his body emitted battle intent that shot into the sky, and his fierce gaze descended onto Hu Shuefeng. I, Duan Lingtian, am willing to suppress my strength to the 6th level of the origin core stage and battle you on the life and death arena. If I use strength that surpasses the 6th level of the origin core stage, then I'm willing to commit suicide on the spot. Do you dare? Do you dare? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, in the eyes of the surrounding crowd of outer court disciples, the Duan Lingtian before them was so lofty. It was as if he'd transformed into an invincible god of war. Overbearing and fearless. What a Duan Lingtian! He Dong looked at Duan Lingtian and couldn't help but secretly praise in his heart. He noticed that at this moment, he was completely convinced by Duan Lingtian, and it was difficult for him to arouse the desire to compare with Duan Lingtian. Junior sister, why didn't you come with me today? This is your man. Zhua Qing's gaze was complicated, and her eyes revealed slight envy. If a woman was able to obtain the love of a man like this in her lifetime, then she would have no regrets even if she died. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, a true man. From today onwards, my idol is senior brother Duan Lingtian. Some of the surrounding outer court disciples were excited to the point their faces flushed red, as if the person that stood there and issued the life and death arena invitation to Hu Shuefeng wasn't Duan Lingtian, but was instead themselves. In next to no time, the gazes of everyone descended onto Hu Shuefeng. Hu Shuefeng had repeatedly said earlier that the current him was able to kill the 6th level origin core stage Duan Lingtian with a single strike of his sword. Now, Duan Lingtian used a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage to invite Hu Shuefeng to battle in the life and death arena. Did Hu Shuefeng dare accept the challenge? Hu Shuefeng's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He dared speak those words earlier because he had blind confidence towards his own strength, and felt that if Duan Lingtian was still that 6th level origin core stage martial artist from before, he would surely be able to easily kill Duan Lingtian. But now, Duan Lingtian actually wanted to suppress his strength to the 6th level of the origin core stage to battle him in the life and death arena. As he looked at Duan Lingtian, who stood there with a face full of confidence and battle intent that shot into the sky, his heart was shaken. Was he really able to kill the 6th level origin core stage Duan Lingtian? Although, now, he was still sure of this. But he didn't dare open his mouth to accept Duan Lingtian's life and death arena invitation. He hesitated. Duan Lingtian's current confidence caused traces of fear to arise within his heart. If he wasn't confident, would Duan Lingtian issue such a challenge? Putting himself in Duan Lingtian's shoes, Hu Shuefeng felt even more how mysterious and terrifying Duan Lingtian was. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian was really able to kill him with a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage. After all, Duan Lingtian used a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage to kill Shi Hao, who was at the 7th level of the origin core stage. Duan Lingtian's methods were too strange. When he saw Hu Shuefeng's expression that flickered between a livid and ashen expression, Duan Lingtian seemed to be able to see through Hu Shuefeng's state of mind, and he ridiculed. Hu Shuefeng, the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's Peak Master. You're only SOSO. Only a coward. Coward? Duan Lingtian's words caused Hu Shuefeng to be filled with rage, and he glared angrily at Duan Lingtian. What? You're still unwilling to admit it now? Didn't you say earlier that with your current strength, you'd be able to kill me, who's at the 6th level of the origin core stage, with a single sword strike? Now, I've suppressed my cultivation to the 6th level of the origin core stage with the intention of battling you in the life and death arena. You hesitated for a long time and didn't dare accept the challenge. Isn't this still a coward? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile, and every single word he said struck at Hu Shuefeng's heart. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.